PBL Network, and a fine Saturday is presented by Ascension here today. Who else but the Birmingham Bloomfield Beavers and the Eastside Diamond Hoppers in another double dip here today. The final of the season and just 3 more games left here before the playoffs next week. This first game obviously doesn't count towards the standings going forward, and the seeding still up for grabs in terms of who goes where. So game 2 is going to be contentious for both of these clubs here today. Jeremy out alongside Dan Griesbaum Jr. to bring the call once again. You look at last night, it was a night that was set up for another great pitching matchup again between Garrett Chrisman and Ty Hensley. The defense maybe not as sharp as those two guys would have liked and the two clubs would have liked overall, but Ty Hensley still goes 7.
Yeah, you know, I thought the Unicorns did a little bit of a better job managing that than the Beavers did. You know, both teams made errors right off the bat in the first inning, and Ty Hensley kind of brought his infield together after the Unicorns made their error. Seemed to chalk them down a little bit and get things sort of reestablished and settled, and it seemed like that made a little bit of a difference. But yeah, overall it was a little bit sloppy. I thought both pitchers were fine, you know, the complete games, both of them, so it's tough to really quibble with that. Not dominant, but certainly good quality starts that gave their team a chance to win, certainly.
You look at what we have here today. Obviously, these managers have tinkered around with these lineups, and one guy that's found something in the first game of the doubleheader was Paul Nochi. Greg Vaughn Jr. in the leadoff spot. He's been rolling with that lately.
Yeah, it was a little bit of an experiment, but even before it happened, we said, wait a second, this makes a lot of sense that he's doing this, and he had a nice game when he did it. I mean, that's the key, right? When your manager gives you a chance to do something, even if it's not in the biggest game, you have to run with that opportunity, and he certainly did that. So now it looks like he's going to be in that spot, you know, all the way through to the end.
You look at Ron Williams Jr. is at the top of this Beavers lineup here today. He's been getting hits in quite a few of his last few games. He's a key to this offense going forward, isn't he?
Definitely. He's had to settle in at first base just out of need, but you know, he's a really good athlete and a nice utility player too. Unfortunately, they can't really use him to his max capability from a defensive standpoint because he's settled in at first. But yeah, nice left-handed bat in the leadoff spot. He's been getting on base. I think he had a called strike or two recently that he wasn't so happy about. For the most part, he's taking really good swings and hitting the ball hard.
Take a look at your starting lineups for today's Game 1 of the doubleheader, brought to you by AAA of Michigan. First, for the visiting Birmingham Bloomfield Beavers here today, it's the aforementioned Ron Williams Jr. leading off and playing first base. Marquise Irving batting second and playing right. Batting third, the designated hitter Joey Weimer, Troyer, Allred, and Ashanti Wheatley in the heart of Von Joshua's lineup here for game number 1. Romero Harris, who's turned it on lately, batting 7th and playing center field as well. Jalen Smith bats 8th and plays second base with Jonathan Brandt rounding it out against Quincy Jones. More on him in a little bit. As for the home Eastside Diamond Hoppers, the aforementioned Greg Vaughn Jr. as well is right there at the top here in game 1 of the doubleheader. He'll be there for both games. He'll play center in this game and left projected in game 2. Anthony Maselli bats second and plays third base. Nate Grise back in there. He's played a good outfield and swinging a hot bat of late, playing in right field when he's been in the lineup. Zach Gray, Riley Mahalik, and Adam De La Cruz again playing in the outfield here in game number 1. Jordan Pontius, Jake Hoover, and Antonio Torres rounded out against a late sub-in at a pitcher for the Beavers here today. It was supposed to be Justin Revels going, so shorter soreness. He's been dealing with that kind of throughout the year. It's Amani Godfrey who will start here tonight for Von Joshua. Now time for Dan Griesbaum Jr.'s Keys to the Game, brought to you by your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. What do you think today?
Well, we touched on the defense already. Certainly, I'm looking at game 2 especially because that one's a little bit more important at this point. AJ Coleman's a guy who gets a lot of ground balls. The Beavers are going to have to play better defense behind him than they played yesterday. And just in general, the clubs that have lost games recently in this league have played sloppy defense. It's just a trend that's been going on for probably a couple of weeks now. In addition to that, I would say, it's a little awkward to say this maybe, but motivation is going to be a key. The Beavers are locked into that Friday game already. They could be a 3 seed or a 4 seed, so that'll make a difference on home team.
Which is important.
Sure. Will they get up for that possibility, and will they play with the intensity and concentration that they need to have? The Hoppers should certainly have motivation in that game too. They need to keep the pressure on the Unicorns to win tomorrow. And if they win, they'll do that. If they don't win, then the Unicorns are pretty much locked into that spot. And they can do whatever they want tomorrow. So hopefully the Hoppers will keep that pressure on them and have a shot at this 1 seed still.
I'll have our pitcher comparison next as we take a look at these two guys a little bit deeper numbers-wise. That's brought to you by Denso. That and more is coming up next right here on your Crest Lincoln pregame show. Take it with us.
Order Jimmy John's and we'll bring it to your car door. Leave it at your front door or have it ready for you at our drive-thru. Just use jimmyjohns.com or our app to tell us what sandwiches, drinks, chips, and cookies you're hungry for. When you want it and how you want it. We're ready.
Crack open a Budweiser and experience the refreshing taste of summer. Make every moment of summer count by picking up Budweiser today.
United Shore Professional Baseball League action today presented by Ascension and brought to you by these fine sponsors as well. AAA, Balfour Property Restoration, the Detroit Medical Center, DTE Energy, Dunham Sports, Dunkin' Donuts, Green for Life Environmental, Green Path Financial Wellness, Jimmy John's, your Metro Detroit Chevy dealers, Pepsi, Scott's, Summit Oral, and United Shore. We thank all those fine partners for what they do for this fine baseball league here in Utica, Michigan. Now time to take a peek at your pitcher comparison presented by Denso here today. You like Quincy Jones. You think he can sneak up and get a win today?
I do like Quincy Jones. I think he's going to – this is my prediction of the day. Maybe we should do a prediction of the day from now on. I think Quincy Jones is going at least 4 and allowing 2 runs or less and is going to win this ball game today. That's my prediction. I don't know if it's out there necessarily, but I don't think, people normally see him as a starting pitcher. I think he's more like a situational reliever type, maybe.
What prize do I get if that doesn't happen?
Well, I don't know that we're done necessarily betting each other. I think you can just say, you were wrong, Dan. But no, I think he gives a good effort every time he's out there. He does some things to get people out. You look at the numbers and you're not quite sure how all the time. His fastball is 84, 87 in that range, and he throws it an awful lot for a moderate speed fastball. But he gets people out. It's a tough angle coming from the left side, and he's so tall. It's really got that downward tilt, and he doesn't give up a lot of hard contact. He really doesn't.
No, I'm with you. I mean, all jokes aside, I looked at the starting lineup here today. I'm like, that's intriguing for what he's been doing lately, especially.
I think if he has a good showing, it might, lead to a role in the playoffs somewhere, especially if they have to play 2 games as opposed to 1.
Well, the starting lineup's being announced here at Jimmy John's Field by your public address announcer, Dan York. You look at these lineups, and we kind of referenced it a little bit in the pregame show. Game 1, more of a developmental game in these doubleheaders in the USPBL recently, when it was announced in September that these would not count towards the final push to the playoffs standing. So you see guys for the Beavers on the bench like Freddie Geeler, Cesar Cuevas, TJ Riles, Cameron Comer, all starters normally. On the other side for the Diamond Hoppers as well, Xavier Warren spelled at catcher here in Game 1. Trevor McKinley on the bench, and Miles Miller also on the bench. Most, if not all, those guys will start in Game 2 for their respective managers here today. Anything you can point to why the defense just hasn't been as crisp lately?
No, it's a weird thing. We've talked about it from the flip side with the offense. We've seen more good at-bats, harder contact, a couple more home runs. Things seem to be coming together from an offensive standpoint, and we're still seeing good, performances on the mound. So I can't really figure out why the defense has been that way. I mean, in some cases, there's guys moving around different positions a little bit, but that's really been the case the whole year, not something recently. The only thing that I would maybe say is if they're starting to get a little bit tired finally. I think it is a lot of games crammed into just July, August, September. And, maybe it's starting to finally feel like the dog days of summer, minus the weather. It's normally this part of the season is hotter.
Sure.
But, minus the weather, maybe we're just sort of hitting a part of the season where guys start to to drag just a little bit. But I know they're going to put that behind them after some rest this week when we get into the playoffs.
And that is the peculiar thing, I guess, is you don't play games till Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and teams are used to getting some rest in terms of not playing every day, just how this league is structured. But it can be a little different, especially if you're a team that's getting the #1 seed and not playing till Sunday. We'll talk about that more as today progresses and we get towards the playoffs next week. Back with more after this on the USPBL Network.
We really were fortunate to get out when we did. Losing our family photos, our wedding pictures, can't replace it.
Can you imagine losing everything you've got? You realize that it's the little things in life that matter. Things that they thought were damaged and thrown away, all of a sudden they magically reappear. And you see the human spirit come back.
It's our pictures.
To be able to put you safely back in your home matters to us. People matter. People count. At Belfour, we're restoring more than property.
There's nothing better than a ball game at Jimmy John's Field and a cold beer from Midland Brewing Company. Hi, I'm Kyle, the head brewer at Midland Brewing Company, here to wish you a stellar time making memories at Jimmy John's Field. And we hope that you're living it up with a Copper Harbor Ale in your cup. You can find more of our selections here at the ballpark and around town at your favorite bottle shops too. We hope you have a ball at the game, and remember, enjoy responsibly. Let's play ball.
What makes Detroit Mercy so unique is the fact that it's in the middle of Detroit, and especially with their service learning programs, you really get a chance to be a part of the community.
Detroit Mercy. Build a boundless future.
Well, that certainly puts some fire in your veins as we get towards the playoffs here in the USPBL Network. We'll have every game right here for you. Jeremy Ed alongside Dan Griesbaum Jr. to call them starting Fridays. Game at 7 o'clock, 6:50 pregame show, and then here on Saturday at 7 as well, and Sunday at 1 o'clock. Here's Quincy Jones to start for the Hoppers. First start in a little while. His one and only start wasn't one to remember, but he's had some good stretches in relief lately.
He has. He's been a pretty dependable guy. You know, has a tendency to come into the game maybe when things need to be settled down a little bit, if the starter had some trouble or game might be getting out of hand. But you know, we'll see what he comes up with today. Not a starter generally, but I think he's been throwing the ball pretty well lately.
And you can comment on Facebook and YouTube all night long as well. Christian Gibbons, one of our directors we use here at the USPBL, says, you know it's September baseball when you break out the long sleeves.
True.
I did. Dan did not.
No,
today.
I'm trying to
have to put on this jacket though by the end of the night.
I brought a pullover with me, but I'm trying to make it through the regular season.
Steve Chimenti saying breaking news: Ron Gardner has retired from the Detroit Tigers. Yeah, that's something we've been looking at in the last 20 minutes or so just before we went on air here today. So retiring immediately.
The immediacy of it is the part that really kind of throws me.
Sure.
I hope it's not anything serious from a health perspective. You know, it's not like this this season certainly didn't disappoint, I don't think, you know, from the Tigers were expected to do or anything like that.
Lloyd McClendon announced as taking over that position for the rest of the year. Former manager in the big leagues, obviously longtime coach in multiple varieties with the Tigers. This one outside to Ron Williams Jr. 247 batting average. He scored 9 runs on the year as well. Haven't seen him a ton in the leadoff spot. He's been more of a two-hole type hitter. We've also seen him down 5 or 6 in the order. Vaughn Joshua's moved him up and down. 1-1 is outside, 2-1.
I think if Shoemaker would have been healthy, I think we would have seen Ron Williams moved around the diamond quite a bit. Could play second base, third base, outfield, first base, of course, DH. And if they had a little more help at first base, a little more depth there, then I think his season would have gone a little bit differently.
Two pitch dies off the plate outside. It's a 4-seam, a curveball, a slider, and a changeup for Quincy Jones. The changeup the least used, just 4.5% coming into today. Big time 4-seam fastball guy. A lot of that has to do with coming in relief. Vaughn Jr. staring straight in the sun will win his first test here in the first. Let's look at the rest of the defense behind Quincy Jones here today. Brought to you by AAA of Michigan. De La Cruz, Vaughn, and Grise in the outfield. Maselli and Mahalik on the corners. Pontius and Hoover, your double play combination up the middle with Antonio Torres behind the dish, completing the battery here today. This one slides inside on Marcus Irving for strike 1. 0-1 on the right fielder here today. You didn't miss me too much yesterday, did you?
Well, you know, I was happy for you that you got out to do a little Friday Night Lights. That's always a piece of Americana. I wouldn't mind calling a Friday night football game sometime.
Yeah, it's always a fun time. You know, a lot of the rah-rah to it.
Yeah, it's got to be different. Yeah.
The tailgating that you'll see at some of these high schools. Yes, there's tailgating at a lot of these places now. You look at some of the programs with some big traditions, you'll see that.
Well, it's a different kind of year. I think it's one that we're always going to remember in every sport. Every sport that did play is going to remember some special things about 2020.
It's interesting. I did a game at Catholic Central last night. So they had their limited fans, obviously. It's limited to just 2 people per player these days, at least to start. Who knows if that'll change if the season goes on.
Sure.
But CC also had a big screen, one of those inflatable screens, and they had socially distanced chairs where students could come and watch. Not the full allotment, but I don't know how they picked it.
Like they projected your broadcast onto the screen?
They projected their broadcast, but that was on the radio side of things.
Oh, I see.
But
right.
Still cool.
Sure.
It's a good idea.
Well, certainly some oddities to 2020. I told you the one thing off air, how Grosse Pointe South played at home last night, but had to wear their road uniforms because the home uniforms are stuck in China still due to all the complications with COVID and mail and all those sorts of different things.
Our refrigerator broke about 3 weeks ago. We've been using a cooler since, and we just got one yesterday and got lucky to even get one from what I hear, because there's a compressor shortage and appliances in general just aren't coming over.
Right.
I mean, places were saying, oh, look, you might not get one until January if you order this specific fridge. And
yeah,
it's almost kidding me?
It's almost like wartime, what people went through during various stages in the country during wartime, shortages on things. And
Quincy Jones, meanwhile, Dan's pick to click here today, has a very good start.
Indeed.
Marches off the mound of the 1-2-3 inning here in the first.
As we continue to respond to COVID-19 in our communities, Ascension Michigan is with you in this, and we are doing what matters to keep you safe in our care. At our hospitals and sites of care across the state, Ascension Michigan has additional safeguards in place. We are limiting visitors, ensuring proper social distancing in our waiting rooms, offering more online visits and performing rigorous procedures to clean and disinfect. Our care teams are delivering babies and performing surgery. Now more than ever, it's important not to delay your health care. Schedule your appointments. Make sure children are getting their vaccinations. And if you have an emergency, don't wait. Go straight to your closest Ascension ER. Thank you for continuing to protect yourself and our community by washing your hands, wearing a face covering, and social distancing. Our doctors, nurses, and staff are ready for you when you need us. This is what we do best.
Throughout your life, from big moments to ones well-earned, we're your financial guardian angel. Alliance Catholic Credit Union.
Amani Godfrey towing the slab for the Birmingham Bloomfield Beavers here today. It's very much so a spot start for Godfrey. We're supposed to see Justin Revels here today. Shoulder discomfort before the game and something he's been dealing with throughout the year. It's kept him out of quite a few starts overall. But Godfrey will look to go at least a few innings here.
Godfrey's bread and butter is really his two-seam fastball. It's got a lot of tail on it, 88 to 91, and when he commands that for strikes, everything else sort of plays off of that. His slider, his changeup, throws a curveball very occasionally, not a lot. But the two-seam fastball is really his big pitch.
Last two outings, which encompasses 3 1/3. When he given up a combined 2 hits, 2 walks, 2 Ks, and no runs. Has not had a start before tonight. 14 innings, 9 walks to 11 strikeouts coming into the game here today. I'll put together.
He had a little bit of a run there where it seemed like he was always appearing in extra innings.
Yeah. Haven't had a whole lot of extra inning games, considering that most of our games this year have been 7 innings, which is sort of, I don't know if remarkable is the right word, but maybe surprising. Swing and a miss by Greg Vaughn Jr. Good start here for Amani Godfrey.
Well, as you know, I've been in professional baseball kind of a long time now, and knock on wood, I am 4 games away from getting through a season without a rainout.
Really?
Yeah, that's kind of unheard of in professional baseball. As I understand it, it's not so unheard of as it comes to the USPBL. They tend to do pretty well with avoiding rainouts, but
yeah, and in general, you look at this one, a fly ball to left field. Wow, that one nearly sneaked out of here, carrying off the bat of Maselli. He's going to have to speed his way to second. I think he might have thought he had it.
Yeah, that one just hammered off the United Shore sign down the left field line, and it actually looked like it was going to be a home run. I think Maselli thought it was a home run maybe, but it just didn't quite get up high enough. It was more on a line. But that's good to see out of him. He hasn't had as consistent of at-bats lately, and for him to jump on one there is a good sign.
Maybe trying to force himself back into the lineup here. Going to go with the hot bats in the postseason.
This is another guy who's done a pretty good job with limited at-bats, Nate Grice. He seems like maybe a good fit for a pinch hit role, potentially something along those lines. Not sure if he's going to be active for the postseason or not, but he seems pretty comfortable just jumping in there and taking a good at-bat even without a lot of work.
Couple home runs this year and a double. Carries a .357 on base percentage into the game here tonight.
Godfrey's really fastball heavy right now. It must be his plan to establish that first.
Checks the runner at second base in there for strike 3. Both strikeouts have been on the exterior. That's for the second out as well. Here's Zach Gray. Gray's looked pretty good lately. Carries a 278 average into play today. He's got hits in 7 of his last 9 games. A stretch where he's 8 for 28. And we've said it throughout the year. He's an important bat if this team is going to win. That one filtered into right field. Hard hit off the bat of Gray. And coming around to score is Anthony Maselli. It's 1-0.
Just nice clean base hit. Looks like early in the count he was going to look for a ball he could drive a little bit down in the zone, and that's what he got.
22nd RBI of the year for Zach Gray. Off the bat at 92 miles an hour there. Now Riley Mahalik trying to keep this thing going with 2 outs. 90-mile-an-hour fastball by him there.
Godfrey will eventually have to mix things up a little bit.
That's right around where that fastball has topped out this year. 91.5 is the highest registered velocity. That was on the 4-seam, which he consequently throws the least. 6%. Second least, I guess. But when you're looking at fastball percentage, 6% is pretty low.
Oh, yeah.
2-seam fastball, 40%.
Well, his 2-seamer's pretty good, so you can see why he would lean on that. But just in general right now, he's throwing everything 89 to 91 in this inning. He's not mixing anything up at all.
Good spin on that 2-seamer as well. Just over 2,000 on the RPMs, rotations per minute.
That was finally an off-speed pitch there.
And that one the change. Pretty decent numbers on the changeup. 17% swing and miss rate. It's above average for sure. The 0-2 again, boy.
Yep, another one.
Mahalik battling with 2 strikes here.
I like where he located that one. Faded it away from the left-hander Mahalik. Can't get hurt there.
So still 0-2. Zach Gray edging off of first base here. The pitch on the ground to Smith. Feeds to second with no trouble. Jonathan Brandt there to cover, and that will be it for the first inning. One out double comes around to score thanks to the hot shot single by Zach Gray.
Oh, man, the classic rock questions again.
Yes. Time for Freaky Fast Trivia presented by Jimmy John's. Again, here today, the first of 2. Which artist partners up with the band Queen to perform the song Under Pressure?
Under Pressure.
You can hear it in your head.
I can certainly hear it. I'm going to go with David Bowie. B.
Let's see.
Yes. Okay.
Got it. Is that your first?
Yeah, so I'm ahead of the game now. I'll be playing with house money for game 2.
Freaky Fast Trivia presented by Jimmy John's is always here tonight. That man right there, Quincy Jones, had a nice first inning of play.
You know, that the track on Under Pressure, I believe, was borrowed for Ice Ice Baby, was it not? Kind of that same beat.
It sounds like it, yeah. Now that you say it.
That was just about as big of a song as there was when I was in 5th grade. That was as big as it got. Anyone my age can still sing every word to that song.
You know
I'm not so sure it makes sense, any of the lyrics, but
you know how the Pistons were bringing in performers at halftime?
Yes.
When they were still playing at the Palace?
Mm-hmm.
I think I heard that song performed.
Yeah, probably. Was it Vanilla Ice?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
I think I saw Chubby Checker one game and Vanilla Ice another game.
Well, the Pistons team song in 1990 was "You Can't Touch This," MC Hammer. That was another. He was kind of a quick hitter in the early 90s too.
Yeah.
You know how he got that name? That's a baseball story.
No.
MC Hammer. Yeah, he was the bat boy for the Oakland A's.
Huh.
And the A's nicknamed him Hammer because they thought he looked like Hammer and Hank Aaron.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, there you go. That's a great story.
Yeah.
Then. Use that nickname every day then.
Yeah.
So you look like Hank Aaron.
Yeah. So they called him the Hammer. So that was as a kid.
Hammer.
And I guess he was, his early music career, he was staked some money by Reggie Jackson and some of those A's guys to, get his music going.
2-1 to Sam Troyer here. It's been a slow go-around since coming back from the broken hand, but he does have 2 hits in his last 3 games. This one going to float short to Jake Hoover for out number 1. Hoover, the human highlight reel here in the USPBL since arriving. He's a guy next year who's hopefully playing with a Texas affiliate. Something to watch out for just from the videos after the game.
I'll tell you, if you can play shortstop, you're going to hang around for a while. Certainly some things he needs to do offensively. You've got to be Ozzie Smith if you're going to hang around and not hit and play shortstop. But hopefully he can improve on the offensive side a little bit.
Swing and a miss by Alec Allred here. Alec 0 for 1. The walk and a strikeout. Quincy Jones gets ahead of him quickly. Quincy Jones 4 up and 4 down with a strikeout. Got Irving back in the first. Alan Oak says Steve McCaddy, Shane's dad, was with the A's when MC Hammer got that nickname as the bat boy. That's a cool tidbit.
Yep.
Shane McCaddy, Alan Oaks, of course, the 2 pitching coordinators here at the USPBL.
He was also a Tiger briefly, wasn't he, Steve McCaddy?
That I don't know for sure, but
I think he was.
2-2 outside, 3-2 on Alec Allred here.
The A's were the place to be in the 70s, though.
Pretty lively.
They had lively uniforms, too. They were one of the trendiest teams uniform-wise.
Chiseled off into right center field. That's going to carry all the way to the gap there. Grise falls down, has to relay it to Greg Vaughn Jr. in center, and that will keep Alec Allred at second base with a double.
Looked like he hurt himself a little bit out there. That was quick thinking, getting it over to Vaughn. But he's a little bit hobbled out there.
And just kind of slipped on the warning track out there in right center field as we get a second look in our YouTube monitor here.
I did that once when I fell in I was in left field, flipped it to the center fielder, and he wasn't even looking at me. It just hit him in the chest and fell on the ground.
Were you embarrassed?
No, because I was on the ground anyway, so I wasn't going to throw it in either way. He had to pick it up and throw it in.
Floats in up high to Ashanti Wheatley. That breaks up the base running list streak to begin this game. It was at 4 against Quincy Jones thus far. It's going to roll all the way back to the stop. It allows Allred to scamper to third base. Allred allotted to this Beavers team last weekend. Be an extra catcher in the first games of these doubleheaders,
and just be a backup catcher, you know, just in general, if something happens.
Cameron Comer has been solid all year long. He's caught most games for the single games all year.
Oh.
Popped over the head of Hoover after it bounced off Maselli, and that will allow the game to tie up here in the second.
That's an error for me because even if you knock it down or as long as it doesn't get by you the way that it does, it doesn't score a run.
It has been ruled that way. So no RBI for Wheatley. He's able to drive in a run in the end, though, as Romero Harris pops this to right. Grise trying to shield the sun. It's not even close to him, though, as Pontius makes the play at second base.
As long as you keep it in front of you. If you lose it in the sun, it's okay in that situation, because as long as it falls in front of you, you can throw the man out at second.
Beautiful day for baseball here at Jimmy John's Field in Utica, Michigan. 63 degrees here at game time. I'm sure it's going to dip down pretty far by the time we're done. It was pretty chilly last night. Swing and a miss to Jalen Smith. There's the shadows, which are nearly engulfing the pitching mound. Always a factor here in game one of these doubleheaders.
That can really help Quincy, I feel. You know, you see that ball, he's so tall, you know, you see it up there kind of decent, and then all of a sudden you can't really see it so good when it's halfway to.
Waiting on the 0-2. Fastball high. Jalen Smith batting eighth here in game one of the doubleheader. Playing second base here today for Von Joshua. Good block by Antonio Torres. He served as a pretty serviceable backup for the Unicorns, and these hoppers now down the stretch after the taxi squad went away.
Yeah, he's the kind of backup catcher you want to have. You know, can handle the position, left-handed bat. He's got a little bit of pop. I thought Jordan Finney did a nice job in that role too. Mostly catching the Ty Hensley games, it seems like.
Three and two on Smith, the runner moving with 2 outs here in a troubling spot in left center field, but not for Jake Hoover. He gets out there quickly, calls it off in the process, and that is it. After the 1 run, scores off the double here in the second inning. Kind of the same story for both of these offenses. In terms of the runs so far here today, it's 1-1.
DTE Energy customers can get their share of huge lifetime energy cost savings. How? By using our website. The Oslin's new programmable thermostat saved them a bundle. And their new efficient furnace earned them a hefty rebate. All over Michigan, people like the Oslins are saving. Why not you? There are always new ways to save at dteenergy.com/saveenergy. DTE Energy.
This is a university unlike any other university. You will find out a lot about yourself and your career that you're going into. It's prepping me for the real world experiences that I will encounter once I do graduate.
With its many leadership programs and classes that integrate service learning into its curriculum, acts as not only a resume builder, but a character builder. And I couldn't put a price tag on it. And it will be invaluable to my career.
Detroit Mercy. Build a boundless future.
Catch the Chevy Malibu at your Metro Detroit Chevy dealers. Lease a 2020 Malibu 1LT for just $288 a month for 24 months. Put it in D and see why Chevy drives the Motor City.
Amani Godfrey now sees this game leveled after his team got a single run off of Quincy Jones, the Hoppers starter here today. First inning for Godfrey, a strikeout to Greg Vaughn Jr., then the double by Anthony Masali that just carried nearly out of here off the United Shore sign in left field down the line. Strikeout to Grise, put 2 outs on the board. Then the hot shot single off the bat of Zach Gray. The fielder's choice ended the threat, so a good job by Godfrey to reel it back in the end.
We'll see how he approaches the second inning here, he was really heavy on the fastball in the first inning. He started to mix in his changeup a little bit toward the end of the inning. We'll see if he maybe mixes in slider a little bit more this inning.
So this is the third doubleheader in September for these teams. It seems like they've been matching up in the doubleheaders quite a bit in recent memory. 1-0 is ripped to the gap in left center field. Harris and Wheatley converging. It's Wheatley who calls it for out number 1. The Hoppers have won the first 2, which means this game in terms of implications doesn't really mean anything. The first team to 2 wins out of those 3 doubleheaders in September would win a tiebreaker between these 2 teams. In essence, it would have meant anything anyway, even if that wasn't the case, because that can't happen at this point.
Right.
Everything remaining, but Hoppers taking advantage of that to erase any possibility of the tie going to the Beavers. Unicorns win all ties. That could play in if the Hoppers lose here tonight, or even if they win and the Unicorns win tomorrow as well.
Right. Yeah, this you want to put pressure on the Unicorns, though. You want them to have to use their pitching. You want them to have to go for that win.
1-1 here on Jordan Pontius. 7-hole hitter here today in game 1. It's Pontius, Hoover, and Torres, the bottom 3.
You know, the Unicorns obviously a good team with good overall pitching, a lot of choices for guys you can put on the mound, but they never really did establish a second starter. You know, they could certainly find a way to win without establishing a second starter, but still something notable.
Yeah, for how good we've talked about their pitching being really all year long, that's quite the story, isn't it? I mean, on the surface, you'd say, you know, maybe a month ago, yeah, the Unicorns are the best staff.
Sure.
Here's why.
Well, that's why it's so important for them to get that 1 seed. I mean, you see it in the high school state tournament all the time, and obviously that's a little bit of a different scenario, but there's teams that win the state championship or have great runs in the state tournament with only 1 decent pitcher, and, you know, the only way that works out is if you have a good draw and you're able to use your 1 decent pitcher when you're facing the best opponents and so on and so forth. The Unicorns, if they had to play on Friday, I don't think they could win the championship. They just wouldn't have enough starting pitching. But if they're going to get the 1 seed and they can line up everybody the way that they want on Sunday, they're certainly going to be a favorite.
Strike 1 to Hoover. Here's the 0-1. Outside. Monty Godfrey trying to work his snappy inning here in the second. He's got the first 2 outs, fly out and a ground out. Looked like he may have been able to get out of the first inning without any runs scoring after he had struck out the first 2 of the first 3 he faced. Jalen Smith over to first base, and that is a 1-2-3 inning for Godfrey. The second is over. It's a 1-1 game.
The difference that we bring to pediatric care isn't just the fact that we care deeply about our patients and want to partner with their parents in delivering the best care for their children, because a lot of pediatricians can deliver great care. What we do differently at Campground Pediatrics is we offer a different environment to deliver that care, and we offer personal service in a way that many practices can't.
Start to finish, Crest Lincoln offers an interactive shopping experience ready when you are at crestlincoln.com. Explore our inventory and we'll provide you with a wide range of options so you can lease or purchase your next Lincoln remotely. Our online process allows you to complete the entire purchase from virtually anywhere. Plus, our team of experts are standing by ready to help. When it's time for service, we'll provide you with a Lincoln loaner clean and sanitized. At crestlincoln.com, we're ready for you on your terms. Visit us online today.
So these two pitchers have each had a 1-2-3 inning. They've each had as well an inning where they've given up a single run. That's why we're 1-1 heading to the top of the third inning. It's 9-1-2 due up against Quincy Jones. Your Zach Hart agency 3-men due up is Jonathan Brandt, Ron Williams Jr., and Marcus Irving. For Jones, it was a 1-2-3 first, fly out, strikeout, pop out. He allowed a 2-out double in the second. Then Ashanti Wheatley reached on an error, which allowed Allred to come around and score. Retired the next two he faced. It's a kind of similar story to how these two teams have been able to notch their one and only run of the game thus far. We've had some scoring
right
in the first games of these doubleheaders for sure. Fly ball to left center. Vaughn Jr. cuts it off quickly for out number one.
You know, Jonathan Brandt had never really got it going with the bat. He did draw his share of walks and he got on base a little bit, but never really got it going with the bat. And I think he sort of lost his starting job to some degree, but I think that may have affected the Beavers defense a little bit. You know, he did a pretty good job at short most of the time, and he was pretty steady presence out there. And when he was taken out of the regular lineup for them, I think it might have hurt their infield defense a little bit.
First pitch, a lollipop curveball to Ron Williams Jr. here. Throws that curveball, second most out of his arsenal, 19%. Gets a lot of called strikes on it compared to the swings and misses. Just 8% swings and misses, but nearly 20%.
Yeah, it's not really got the type of action that you would miss bats with, but it is deceptive because it has such a big drop. You know, it comes from way up there where he's standing, and it's got that big loop to it. And you can see how guys would lay off of it and take a lot of called strikes because when it crosses their body, it's probably at the letters most of the time.
It's the 39th pitch from Quincy Jones. His last outing in 2 1/3 was 44 pitches. He pitched 3 innings and 45 pitches back on July 24th. That one straight into the sun, out of the shadows, which is nearing second base now, and that's 2 up and 2 down here for Quincy.
The right fielder, number 2, Marquise Irving.
Now Irving will be the last shot here in the third inning for the Beavers. Struck out his first time up, was part of that 1-2-3 frame against Quincy Jones. Another first pitch curveball in for ball one. Or strike one, I beg your pardon. It was an 0-2 strikeout to Irving. Couldn't check it there. Some good depth on the curveball that time. 0-2. Quincy Jones trying to work his second 1-2-3 inning of the day. Fastball down low, 1-2. Curveball and the slider can kind of act in the same way at times. That one looked more like the slider. Throws that 16% of the time. Short, soft contact to Anthony Maselli. And just like that, he's out of another inning. 1-2-3. One strikeout to Quincy Jones' credit so far. 1 run given up. We're still tied.
Hi, I am Allison with the Sports Performance Tip of the Game, brought to you by DMC Physical Therapy and Sports Medicine. As an athletic trainer, I often get asked when to heat and when to ice after an injury. We like to use the acronym RICE, which stands for rest, ice, compression, and elevation. So when an injury occurs within the first 72 hours or about 3 days, it's important not to use the joint and allow it to rest. Then you can introduce ice, which will help to relieve pain and control swelling. Compression, like a bandage wrapped around that injury, can also help minimize the swelling and pain. If it's an ankle or knee, gravity pulls that away, making it more difficult for the healing to take place. So it's important to elevate the injured area. There are fancy ice packs out there, but one thing we have is something in the freezer. If you're past the 3-day mark or 72 hours, you can start to introduce some heat to the area, or just simply move the joint to allow some natural blood flow. But after that, and you're returning to sport, I would also use ice if any swelling returns.
With soft tees, plush toys, team-grade snapbacks, and cozy crew necks, we've got everything. Shop all the USPBL gear to rock your favorite team colors year-round. Go to uspbl.com/shop to see our full collection. Ask about local pickup too.
Amani Godfrey trying to follow up a 1-2-3 inning in the second. He'll face 9-1-2 against the Eastside Diamond Hoppers here. It's Antonio Torres, Greg Vaughn Jr., and Anthony Maselli. Your Zach Hart agency. 3 men due up here. Antonio Torres, just a .216 average, but is riding a 3-game hitting streak, hitting just over 300 in his last 10 games.
Speaking of baseball news, they say Justin Verlander to undergo Tommy John surgery.
Really?
Yeah. And keep in mind, after the 2021 season, he would be a free agent again. Gotta believe he'll take some kind of a short-term contract maybe at that point, or kind of reestablish himself.
1-0 swing and a miss. Remember when he was traded, a lot of people said, oh, by that time the Tigers, will be back in
ready
contention.
to contend,
the rebuild is over, and they'll sign him again.
Right.
One is outside, so he's still with the Astros next year.
Through next year, yeah.
Yeah. Well, you never know. Tigers are going to have to sign some guys to get out of it. I'm not saying Justin Verlander is the answer or anything, but...
Well, there could be. I mean, it's not crazy to think there could be a fit there because he might be willing to do like a 1 or 2 year deal to sort of reestablish that he's healthy again. And,
sure.
The Tigers could... Sure, it's going to be a lot of money for sure, but they could live with it being a lot of money if it's a short-term deal. So maybe it would make sense. You never know.
You're going to need veterans, that's for sure. Veteran hitters especially.
Yeah, there's not a great history with the Tigers, not just recently, really ever, of establishing consistent bats through the minor league system. That hasn't really come to fruition yet. Curtis Granderson, Travis Fryman, they're very few and far between. Drafted very heavy on pitching during the Dombrowski administration, which does make sense in many ways to build around pitching, certainly.
Think we'll see Greg Vaughn Jr. stick here at the top of the lineup?
For the rest of the year?
Yeah.
The playoffs? I do. I think so, yeah.
I think it's a good move. He's got a 4-game on base streak, which he has 2 hits and 4 walks in. And that's a big reason why he's up there. Not only is he hitting the ball hard when he makes contact, but he's also taking his walks. I mean, He comes in 20 walks, 21 Ks, had a 22nd to that with his 1 back in the first inning, but that was nowhere near that trend. I mean, it was more shaded towards the strikeouts at the beginning of the year when he got here about a month late, and that is what it is. I mean, that was the case for a lot of people, but...
There was a time in baseball when all the leadoff hitters, looked kind of like T.J. Riles or Miles Miller or Garrett Kieber, a little guy who is a contact hitter that is not going to hit the ball over the fence and hopefully they'll get on base and steal bases. But it's kind of different now. They're really just looking for a good, productive hitter that is going to get on base a lot. Doesn't really matter what you look like or how fast you are even.
Score you some runs. Here's the 1-1. In there for strike 2. Vaughn had his first home run in the last game. Hard hit off the bat to the opposite field. Really nice looking swing. Fly ball to the pole field here to left. Harris goes back a few steps for out number 1. Vaughn is another one of those guys that has admitted to shortening up a little bit as this season has gone on. Him, Romero, Harris. Ross Haffey at times this year is said to have shortened up his swing.
Yeah, shortening up your swing, it allows you to see the ball longer. You're less likely to chase pitches out of the zone.
Weekly hit to Smith, his only play leading him towards first base, which records out number 2. Does advance Antonio Torres to second base. Nate Grimes will be the last shot here in the 3rd inning after the leadoff walk. This will be a nice job by Amani Godfrey to whittle his way out of this one. 1-1 game as the Hoppers bat in the bottom of the 3rd inning. Again, game 1 of the doubleheaders, 5 innings. Been like that all season. Fly ball to right field. That's carrying Irving back into the wind, off the wall. To second base goes Grimes. Irving was turned around, and it's going to cost the Beavers a run.
Said it earlier, Nate Grimes has kind of a knack of getting in the batter's box, and even after a tough at-bat in the 1st inning, just, resetting himself, looking for a pitch to drive. Just a good natural hitter with some pop.
His 8th RBI of the year, is 2nd double as well. The flags show no win, but it almost appeared like either Irving just didn't see it because of the sun, or...
Yeah, he didn't get a great jump on it, but it's a legitimate double. I mean, it smacked off the wall. And oh, good play there by Godfrey.
That's just kind of how this game has been going. 1 run here,
right.
1 run there. It's 2-1 in favor of the home Diamond Hoppers here this afternoon.
Congratulations to today's graduate of the game from Michigan Schools and Government Credit Union. At MSGCU, we're for teachers. That means anyone that's ever taught a lesson about anything in life, like how to tie a tie or how to pay attention in online school. We're dedicated to helping all the teachers out there achieve financial success. So if you've ever taught a lesson, MSGCU can help you get the most out of your finances with market-leading rates and low fees.
Want to hit your home cleanup project out of the park? While making sure that your driveway is safe from damage, rent a rubber-wheeled trailer from GFL and keep all of your bases covered. Our trailers come in 20 and 30-yard sizes for all your cleanup needs. Call GFL today to order your driveway-safe rubber-wheeled trailer. Team GFL, helping you win your cleanup project.
From the first time they open their eyes, through every step in training, leader dogs are meant for greatness. Every leader dog from Leader Dogs for the Blind is a chance to give someone who's visually impaired their independence back. Which is why we have partnered with this great organization to bring you the Leader Dogs for the Blind Visa from Chief Financial. With it, every transaction you make gives back to Leader Dogs for the Blind. Help give the gift of freedom and apply for the Leader Dog Visa from Chief Financial today.
Quincy Jones trying to complete 4 innings here today. He's retired the last 5 he's faced in this game.
Well, I said at least 4 and 2 runs or less, right?
Yes,
So I'm on target.
And really the only 2 that have been trouble here today was the 5 and 6 hitters in the 2nd inning after he got a leadoff out, where we retired 4 straight to begin this game. It was a double by Alec Allred, and then an error on the 3rd baseman Maselli, which allowed Allred to move from second to home. That's been the difference in this game. All of a sudden, Quincy Jones in line for the win here today. If he can hold on to this lead and his team finishes it out, there's a lofting single into center by Joey Weimer. So he's now 3 for his last 4. After he'd gone hitless in his last 9. He's had some walks mixed in there, quite a few.
Mm-hmm. Still looking for that extra base pop, though.
Yeah, still no extra base hits. 4 RBIs driven in this year. Didn't sound great off the bat.
Nope.
To the shortstop Hoover for out number 1. I'm sure they would love to get a full 4 from Quincy Jones here today. There's some light tossing happening right now in the Hoppers bullpen. It looks like Nick Leo. A little surprising to see him tuning up here in this game.
Yeah, I agree. Unless he's just getting some work in.
That's actually Luger, I beg your pardon.
Okay, well that makes more sense. I did expect Luger to go in this game.
Alec Allred, double back in the second inning. First year in the USPBL this year. He's been here on now 3 separate stints. Hit just over 200 last year in minimal ABs. 1-0 in there for strike 1. 84-mile-an-hour fastball. Two runs off 3 hits and 1 error so far for the Hoppers. 1 run off 2 hits and no errors for the Beavers thus far. That's been the one red flag here today against Quincy Jones. He's gotten to quite a few 2-ball counts, 3, 3, and 2 counts. And for a guy who hasn't been stretched out a whole lot this year, that's how you get up to 51 pitches after 3 1/3.
Right.
2-1, nice location. Not much you can do with that if you're Alec Allred. This is a guy who hasn't seen many at-bats at all. Was supposed to go play pro ball in Australia, and then COVID happened. Here's the 2-2. Whittled foul. Hearing more and more about Australia.
Yes.
Something that I would never have necessarily known.
No. I didn't know of any significant opportunities to play professional ball on another continent, to be honest with you.
In there for strike 3. That's the second strikeout for Quincy Jones. And more importantly, the second out here in the 4th inning, trying to strand that leadoff single. But baseball's growing and growing, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. I mean, they've got the, major professional leagues, of course, in Japan and Korea. But as far as someone who's on a similar level to minor league baseball here, I didn't know they were doing a lot of that, honestly.
Here's Ashanti Wheatley now. He reached on an error and a ball to the third baseman, Maselli. Hopped high in the air, potentially had a chance to get to Hoover, but it did go over his head in the end as he was shaded in and over, trying to go after that ball as well. First pitch curveball in for strike 1. Runner in motion. Weimer is going to swipe a bag here.
Picked a good one to go on. Breaking ball down and in.
TCF Bank stolen base here in the 4th inning.
I would have liked to see him do more of that throughout the course of the year, as well as he runs.
3rd steal of the year. Fastball tipped into the glove for a 1-2 count here on Ashanti Wheatley. Quincy Jones 1 pitch away from getting out of this thing right here. Just in the dirt. So maybe we see Kyle Luger in the 5th. Quincy can strand a runner on second base here with 2 outs. Try to close out this game. Pontius. A good start for Quincy Jones here today. Retired his last 5 coming into the inning, the leadoff single, and then sets down the next 3 and a fist bump with Antonio Torres. That could be it.
First State Bank is a locally owned and operated business. We're part of your community. At fsbcares.com, you'll find ways that we're making a difference by featuring locally owned and operated businesses, providing access to helpful financial resources, and engaging with community. fsbcares.com is part of our commitment to the neighborhood because strong neighbors mean stronger communities. Where good neighbors do great things. Member FDIC and Equal Housing Lender.
Check your checking. If your account doesn't get you pumped, amped, or geeked, make the switch to Genius Checking from Genesis Credit Union. It's just genius.
Be a part of the game. Be a part of the family. Be a part of the magic. Join the USPBL season ticket holder program and be a part of all of the best moments at Jimmy John's Field. Why? Because 2021 is gonna be fun. Purchase a 2021 season ticket holder plan or renew your existing plan today.
Jeremy and Dan back with you here. It looks like Justin Revels is good enough to pitch at least an inning here today. We heard that he was going to be shut down at least as the starter about an hour before today's game. Shoulder soreness he was receiving. Maybe able to stretch it out a little bit more and giving it a go.
Yeah, maybe just trying to keep his outings shorter. That could be it. Just situation that we're in with the Hoppers in the lead. This could be the last inning the Beavers need to pitch here, so just picking their spot.
Revels has scuffled in his last 4 or so. Has given up 7, 5, 3, and 4 runs. Going down the line there, 3 innings, 7 runs, 6 hits his last time out. Some extra base pop there, 3 doubles by the Diamond Hoppers in that one. First pitch at 90 miles an hour, in for strike 1 on Riley Mahalik. It's Mahalik, De La Cruz, and Pontius, your Zach Hart agency. 3 men due up here in the 4th. Middle infielders shift him well over to the hole with quite the gap up the middle. You can see it. Shadow's now past the pitcher's mound as well, or getting there. Fly ball to right field, chasing Irving back, still looking, it's off the wall. Our 3rd ball of that variety here today. Another nice swing from Riley Mahalik. Gets him his 6th double of the year on a slide.
Yeah, he's been pretty hot the last month or so overall, taking a lot of good swings, getting back to being the guy that I think the Hoppers expected him to be before this season started. Aside from this game, they moved him up into that 2 spot. They want to see him at the plate a lot.
Driven in 18 runs this year. Hasn't played a whole lot of third.
Right.
Going forward. I mean, that's something that it's been a little bit of an experiment trying to find him a position here at the next level.
Yeah, since De La Cruz came over, they ooh, that was an awkward exchange there. Since De La Cruz came over, haven't really needed him at third base as much. Plus Hoover going to shortstop. They always had Maselli that could play third as well. And, you know, but potentially I thought Xavier Warren might play a little third base, but as it turned out, he just ended up settling in at catcher, which is probably best for him long term.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. I mean, that's what they ultimately want him to do at the next level. Drafted as a catcher a few months ago. And what do you know? He finds himself here in the USPBL. Probably would have never thought that.
Right.
Neither would Joey Weimer or any of these Texas guys we have here as well.
Speaking of Texas, you see they're hosting the World Series? I think it's the World Series and the NLCS, I think.
Yeah.
Interesting that it's the NLCS, I guess, to make sure you don't give anyone home field advantage, I guess.
I guess so.
Of course, the Rangers wouldn't be in it
right
anyway. But on the flip side, the Dodgers could be because I think they're doing the ALCS in Los Angeles, right? Or was it Houston?
You know, I haven't gotten the time to completely look, to be honest.
I think it might be Houston now that I think about it. I don't. Los Angeles they were in the conversation, but I think they might have settled on Houston.
I think it's a smart thing. I mean, I think they're realizing that they just can't have canceled games in the postseason. And in reality, you know, say you have to shut down for a day or two, it's much easier to do that when you're in Texas and say, oh, we're going to extend it into mid-November instead of, say, Detroit. They're not going to be in it. Or cold weather New York.
Sure. And Houston's got the roof. Texas has the roof. Los Angeles doesn't get cold. So
just perfect all year round.
Right.
Three and two on Adam De La Cruz here.
I think the fact that the Rangers were not a good team this year probably aided in that decision. They knew that they didn't have a shot at the World Series, so it probably made it a little easier for MLB to give them the World Series. I'm sure they didn't want to give anyone a home field advantage.
Not sure the hitters are happy about playing in Texas.
Right.
It's been a pretty dull ballpark in terms of home runs and hits in general. That's the 5th game in a row that Adam De La Cruz has coaxed a walk. He's now had 8 walks in his last 6 games.
He was pretty good about that with the Unicorns, too, back earlier in the year. Pretty good on-base guy.
Brings up Jordan Pontius. Pontius today ground out back in the 2nd. That was a 1-2-3 inning for Amani Godfrey, who went 3 here tonight, giving up 2 runs.
Look out.
Every pitch up and in like that brought to you by Summit Oro. We hope to never send anybody to Summit Oro for that reason. But Riley Mohalik, the lead runner at third base. De La Cruz to second. That's with no outs here in the 4th. Nobody warming up for the Beavers. Looks like Justin Rebel's inning for now. It's actually Stroll warming up now for the Hoppers, so Luger has sat down.
Stroll makes some sense for a short outing, trying to kind of reestablish himself after an injury earlier in the season.
He's right up there, and a guy that they were excited to see at the beginning of the year, still really developing, as he was another position player convert. Double and a walk to begin this 4th inning. Nice battle there by De La Cruz to work the count. He sits at second base here. Line drive up the box. Good to see from Pontius. And 1 run is around to score as Mohalik makes it 3-1. Off the bat at 94. Here comes Jake Hoover to try to keep this on-base streak going in the 4th. Double, walk, single thus far. Hoover in his lone at-bat back in the 2nd inning, grounded out second base side.
And I think Rebels is starting to wish he kept the arm on ice at this point. He's just getting too much of the plate with these pitches. They seem to be right on everything he's throwing. Sometimes you don't necessarily know why either. It doesn't look like he's necessarily laboring incredibly. It's just they seem to be right on everything. He's just not fooling anyone.
And it could have something to do with that shoulder soreness. This is a guy they still believe in.
Oh, yeah. There's a lot to like about him.
Produce.
Certainly has a projectable body and delivery, and that short arm action has some advantages to it.
Just fouled off the bat of Jake Hoover there. 1-1 on the shortstop for the Hoppers.
He's got a good slider when he's going good.
The bullpen is pretty thin for the Beavers here today. When you look at who started, Usually as a bullpen arm lately in Godfrey. Here's a ball drilled to the gap in left center field. Good job by Romero Harris to read it right away. It will play another run, though, as De La Cruz scampers home. His 22nd run of the year. He's also been scoring at a pretty good clip lately, has Adam De La Cruz. Pontius stays at first. That's the first down here in the 4th.
Well, that's a couple of big insurance runs there for the Hoppers.
Sixth RBI of the year as well for Jake Hoover. Now Antonio Torres, who's seeing the ball pretty well right now. And a walk back in the 3rd inning. And some of that could be to his credit that he's seen a few more ABs as well with the double headers each week for the Diamond Hoppers. He knows at least he's going to get the start in game 1.
It's tough to stay sharp in the meantime, though.
It is. 0-1 tails outside. Tough to say whether he would have gotten more time on the Hoppers or the Unicorns going forward. Probably maybe a few more with the Unicorns just because of what you said with him and Ty Hensley. But
right.
Xavier Warren is a guy who has caught most games.
Well, you're looking at Jordan Finney, who's a backup catcher, but if the Unicorns end up with the #1 seed, he's going to be starting the championship game, you would think. With got to believe Ty Hensley is going to be on the mound.
Yep. Nice game by Aaron Takis yesterday.
Mm-hmm. Three hits, yep.
And he's hitting some big situations. I mean, he came into the week with just a couple hits overall, but the 3 or 4 hits before yesterday he had were for RBIs for the most part.
Very nice young man. Had a chance to talk to him on the post-game show there, and he said he felt like he was putting a little pressure on himself when he first got here to the USPBL, and he also acknowledged that this is a pretty good league with regard to pitching, compared to the Pecos League, which is where he came from. A little bit of an adjustment there, but he thought it was mostly just putting too much pressure on himself. He really wanted to perform well right when he got here.
Well, that's one form of development. I mean, we call this a developmental league for a reason. It's one thing to talk about development with the pitching just because of what they do in terms of, putting guys through that delivery value system. Popped it up. Wheatley for the second out. But in a way, as a hitter, you obviously want to work with some of the coaches here and maybe make some tweaks. But one way to develop without even trying is just by playing. Because
playing
of the pitchers you face.
Playing and seeing better pitching.
Yeah.
Day in, day out. We've said it before. At this level, in this league, you're really seeing guys that are pretty comparable with A-ball most of the time. There's certainly a core group of guys who are every bit as good as the guys you would see in affiliated A-ball from a pitching standpoint.
One rides in on Greg Vaughn Jr. He's off to an 0-for-2 start in this one. Strikeout and a line out to center. Romero Harris has been busy so far here today. Nice slider, but taken up high 2-0. The slider hasn't looked all too bad today.
No.
Two 2-0 on Greg Vaughn. Righty on righty matchup here. Pipes in the 89-mile-an-hour fastball for strike one. And Greg with a mini protest. Talked to Paul Nochi a couple months ago about Greg Vaughn and the fact that he's obviously playing in the shadows of his father, who had a long major league career, had some major pop. And he said if there's one guy or two guys, some guys worry about that, or
right.
it plays in the back of their mind, even if they say it doesn't. But he says Greg Vaughn is not somebody that I'm worried about in terms of putting extra pressure on himself or trying to live up to some expectation unfairly.
Well, that's good. I saw one that was definitely looked worrisome to me. I was watching. It was old footage, but it was Pete Rose Jr. trying to play in the minor leagues, and that it was right around the time when his dad was going through the being banned from baseball situation and all that, and it was just awfully tough on him.
Yeah, that's not easy. Von Joshua coming out. That one came near the head of Greg Vaughn Jr. Every pitch up and in brought to you by Summit Oral this year.
Are we surprised Greg Vaughn Jr. walked?
No. That is one thing we are not surprised about, no. That is his 21st walk of the year. 21 walks to 22 Ks. Looks like just a quick conversation there with Justin Ravels. It puts runners on first and second, 2 runs in. The lead has been padded. A couple AAA insurance runs here in the 4th inning for the Hoppers. They lead it 4-1. They'll likely send out Noah Stroll in the next half to try to keep the game where it is. Good swing by Anthony Maselli his first time up. He got himself a double. He's fighting for playing time at this point. And
yes, he is.
Certainly if he shows in a game like this, down the stretch, that he can swing a hot bat going into the playoffs, that could factor into a pinch hit appearance or could factor into a spot start here or there. A lot of it might depend on where the Hoppers are in terms of who they're playing, when they're playing. In this league, you don't really get a lot of lefty-righty luxury in terms of, hey, the lefty starters thrown out there, so we're going to stack it up on the righties.
Not a very deep bench.
These two teams do have two of the deeper benches in terms of numbers overall.
And that was afforded to them, I think, partially because of these doubleheaders.
Today here in Game 1, that'll change in Game 2. It's Xavier Warren, Trevor McKinley, and Miles Miller sitting on the bench for the Hoppers. On the other side, Freddie Geely, Cesar Cuevas, TJ Riles, and Cameron Comer. All those for the Beavers will start in Game 2. That's the second walk of the inning. Make it a third, I beg your pardon. Back-to-back here for Justin Ravels, and it'll load the bases here with 2 outs. Nate Rise, who tagged a ball just off the fence. We've seen some really tight margin balls hit off the fence here today between the difference between a double and a homer. Nate Rise is already the 8th man to bat here in the 4th inning. We've seen a lot of these elongated innings in these doubleheaders. Good block by Allred outside. Stick around for Game 2 here on the USPBL Network. Jeremy out alongside Dan Griesbaum Jr. to bring you both games of the Double Dip here today. Jeremiah Hergot, our graphics man and producer. PJ Gradowski, your director here today. Waiting on the 1-0. Floated foul. 81-mile-an-hour slider. 34 pitches already for Justin Ravels here in the 4th. He was originally slated to start this game before, about an hour before. They came up and said probably not due to some shoulder soreness. We are a little surprised to see him here. There is still nobody warming up in the Beavers bullpen. There's some stretching, but they don't want to use more arms than they have to here in Game 1. And a bullpen that's already pretty light. Jared Price, Gavin Wayman. I have Monty Godfrey written down here because originally he was supposed to be in the pen to begin the game.
Coleman's going to start the next game, of course.
So
Chrisman's not going to pitch.
Looking for length from Coleman.
Josh Smith, you figured would be available, right?
You'd think, but he's not on the lineup card here today.
I didn't realize that.
So that is the one piece that I was missing. I thought I was missing somebody. Here's the 2-2. Oh, wipeout slider to the bottom edges there, and Grise can't help but bite at that one. It's a rough inning for the Beavers in total, though. 8 bats come to the plate. 2 runs come across to score, and we'll see if they can come back in the top of the 5th after this here on the USPBL Network. Well, satisfy your cravings with Dunkin's snack and menu with the new stuffed bagel minis, new maple sugar snack and bacon, and Dunkin' roll-ups, including our new steak and cheese roll-up. America runs on Dunkin'. Price and participation may vary. Limited time offer. Here they come.
Hot coffee dominated yesterday, but I think he's going to hit the wall here eventually. I'm going with iced coffee.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Iced coffee is lumbering from behind. Donut on the outside, too, trying to make a push. Hot coffee right to the finish, though.
Wow.
And able to stride.
This is a little bit of a short. This is sort of like the Preakness. This is like a shorter track. You know, you started out hot.
Back with more after this on the USPBL Network.
Introducing oat milk at Dunkin'. Get cozy by the cupful and creamy without the dairy with oat milk in any of our beverages. Oat milk is now at Dunkin'. Enjoy contactless ordering on the Dunkin' app. America runs on Dunkin'. There's nothing better than fall together with the signature pumpkin spice iced latte or pumpkin iced coffee. Pumpkin is back at Dunkin'. Enjoy contactless ordering on the Dunkin' app. America runs on Dunkin'.
Stroll taking over. Hoffman Dental pitching change here in the 5th inning for the Eastside Diamond Hoppers, trying to keep this game right where it is and notch the victory in Game 1 of the doubleheader.
Yeah, we're 3 outs away here from my Quincy Jones prediction coming true. So
he looked good, didn't he?
He did. He did a nice job. Noah Stroll, guy who certainly has a good projectable build from the right side. 4-seam fastball, 89-90. Has a slurve and a changeup also. Has a little bit of a tendency to leave the ball up, and his breaking stuff is a work in progress. Doesn't really have a plus secondary pitch yet, but if he's healthy and can continue to stay healthy, I'm sure that's something he's going to look to establish going forward.
Pitched last Saturday for the first time since July 24th. This is his 8th appearance on the bump here today. Kind of using these first game of the doubleheaders as a tune-up, and who knows, if he's good and ready to go, he might just get some valuable time in the playoffs.
Yeah, I think the way that both the Hoppers and the Unicorns approach the playoffs will have a lot to do with which one of them gets the 1 seed. Noah Goetze's in Game 2 today will be an interesting watch, because you figure he's probably their number 1 starter, assuming that he looks good today. Oh, that's not the way we wanted to start this thing, is it?
So Romero Harris gets on base. Only his second at bat here today. Popped out his first time up to the second baseman, Pontius. Jalen Smith also popped out. That was a part of an inning where Quincy Jones gave up his 2 runs, but it was only 2 base runners. He gave up just 3 base runners all evening. Smith pops it foul. High leg kick, the 0-1. Curveball inside. The slider inside, I should say. Curveball-like action, though.
I think he calls it a slurve.
Does he? Makes sense.
I believe so.
Runner in motion to second base here. And he's going to try to take third. Romero Harris is going to reach there with a head-first slide.
I don't know. I mean, maybe I'm old-fashioned or something, but for me, that doesn't make any sense. You know, you're down by 3 runs in the last inning here. You have to keep in mind your run doesn't mean anything. You know, what happens if you trip there and you get thrown out at third base? You know, that's not only does it do your team a disservice, but it does you a disservice personally, because it makes you appear as if you don't understand the game, in my opinion. You know, these guys, as they develop, they have to get a better feel for that, I feel. Now, if their manager is telling them to play that way because they want to see them run, they want to see their skills, then that's something different altogether. And you and I would have no way of really knowing that. But if that's the case, then no problem with it, certainly.
2-2 on Jalen Smith. Another slider down low. Yeah, it's a little hard to say. I mean, Von Joshua in general, pretty old school in terms of what he talks about with us before games and his approach to hitting and everything. But at the same time, old school doesn't mean bunting for any of these managers, really.
No, it doesn't seem to be.
A little bit more tactically as we see these games become more important with the playoff push standings and everything that goes with that. But
sure. You know, I think, you know, second to the defense, I think the base running has been sloppy still. You know, that's another aspect of the game that I think has been a little bit less than here late in the year. You know, certainly been a lot of good pitching, and as we have said, a lot more good at bats lately.
Lisa Takarich says, "Go Noah." Mom's watching from California here today. First pitch to Jonathan Brand is down low. It's the third strikeout in total between Quincy Jones and Noah Stroll. Came into the game 6 walks, 11 strikeouts, and 8 in the third innings. He's given up 8 hits so far. Most of those obviously in July, because his one appearance lately on the 12th last Saturday, 1 inning, no hits, 1 walk, 2 strikeouts in 17 innings. It was kind of a tease because we saw Noah Stroll warm up at points during the season, but he wasn't listed as available.
Getting work in.
He's been progressively working his way back up into form to pitch. Not a lot in the line last week, obviously, for this Hoppers team. Still didn't know whether the Beavers would potentially tie them, so they wanted to win that game, I'm sure, to make sure they own the tiebreaker. But low leverage, did well, and trying to strand a leadoff runner off a hit batter here to begin the 5th inning. 4 strikes away from that, and 1 strike away from getting another K for Jonathan Brandt here. Here's the even pitch. I did just that.
He's getting some of his velocity back. That one running up to 92.
It's right around where he topped out before he got injured. 91.6 was his high. So that's a good sign.
Definitely.
He averaged just 88 on his fastball the first appearance. 90 was his highest velocity that he showcased. Faces the top of the order here. It's a good challenge with a runner on third base. Looping slider, or slurve as he refers to it, in for strike 1. Acting more like the the curveball here today. But you can see some late break in it too that you could call it that hybrid pitch.
Yeah, I think, you know, it's generally right around 80 miles an hour, and I think when guys throw it that hard, they have trouble calling it a curveball.
Jamon Taylor, a teammate of Stroll, also has a slurve. He looked pretty good the other night.
If it's not Noah Goetze, I would say Jamon Taylor's the #1 starter.
Hoover, a sure bet to end this game with his defense, and he does just that. Good job by Noah Stroll to strand off the leadoff first pitch, hit by pitch. Here in the 5th inning, the Hoppers able to celebrate again. They've been some kind of hot here in the playoffs with just 1 loss, or the push to the playoffs, that is. Able to stamp home a 4-1 victory here in Game 1.
Yeah, even a game like this that doesn't mean anything to them, you know, you still want to play good baseball. You want to keep your bats hot. You don't want to take your foot off the gas. And that was a good overall performance. You know, as we expected, saw a nice little outing out of Quincy Jones. You've got Noah Stroll continuing to reestablish himself as a bullpen arm, getting up to 92 miles per hour today. That's a good sign. And, you know, mission accomplished here for the Hoppers, and they'll go into this next one, the big game.
Game 2 starting approximately 25-30 minutes from now. So stick with us here on the USPBL Network. For now, we'll send it to some programming, come back in a little bit, update you on game number 2, look at some of the lineups, and look at the pitcher comparison as well. 4-1 your final score in game 1 of the doubleheader here today. Back with more after this on the USPBL Network.
Eastside, we're the Diamond Hoppers, ain't too many of the teams can defeat us. You on the sideline, warming up the benches. Need a lesson, I can show you, I can teach ya. You see a Diamond Hopper fan, point them out, ayy. Fly ball, catch a frog, walk it out, ayy. Every time we score, I'm throwing up my diamond. Both hands in the air, same timing, let's rock. Diamond Hoppers, Eastside Diamond Hoppers. Diamond Hoppers, we the Eastside Diamond Hoppers. Diamond Hoppers, Eastside Diamond Hoppers. Diamond Hoppers, we the Eastside Diamond Hoppers.
Be a part of the game. Be a part of the family. Be a part of the magic. Join the USPBL season ticket holder program and be a part of all of the best moments at Jimmy John's Field. Why? Because 2021 is gonna be fun. Purchase a 2021 season ticket holder plan or renew your existing plan today.
Detroit Mercy itself definitely values who you are as a person to really give me guidance on what it was to be a college student. The ability to connect with many people from different backgrounds. Not only did I take what I learned in the academic world, but I was able to apply that in a professional setting. And the university definitely provided those resources. And I was able to graduate and be the first one of my family to graduate from college.
Detroit Mercy. Build a boundless future.
Giving you so much more. Hollywood supermarkets, your neighborhood grocery store. Hollywood supermarkets, giving you so much more. Hollywood supermarkets, your neighborhood grocery store.
We joined Green Path and instantly felt a support around us.
They developed a plan on paper, and this is how we're going to do it.
The plan that they gave me was something that was sustainable. It was something I could do. It was actually lowering my payments monthly by hundreds of dollars.
Choosing Green Path is a no-brainer.
Dunham Sports is a proud partner of the USPBL. Big names, low prices, delivering value since 1937.
You're going through a divorce in Macomb County. You need an attorney who will fight to get you what you're entitled to, preserve your parental rights, and protect your finances. You need Vince Manzella and the team at Lucido and Manzella on your side. Vince grew up in Macomb County. Vince knows the people in Macomb County. Vince understands the Macomb County court system, and he aggressively fights for Macomb County residents every day. Lucido and Manzella, 586-228-3900.
They call me Prospects. Since the day I was born as a diver's watch, the challengers of the world have taught me many things. Life is not a numbers game. It's about challenging ourselves. No matter what happens, just follow your heart. These pioneers drive our generation forward, not by setting records, but by never giving up. Keep going forward. Prospects.
Available at Lucido Fine Jewelry.
When you need emergency care, you want your hospital to be ready for whatever comes through the door. Ready for any injury and any illness. Ready to respond at the speed of emergencies. That's why McLaren Macomb built a new emergency department. With advanced technology, clinical expertise, and 68 private exam rooms, we're Macomb County's largest emergency department, and we're ready for you whenever you need us. That's emergency care at McLaren Macomb. That's doing what's best.
When you are in need of air conditioning services, turn to the experienced professionals at McQuaid Heating and Cooling, Plumbing and Refrigeration. Since 1970, we've been delivering high-quality air conditioning installation and repair services. Call for a free estimate today. Let us help you be cool and comfortable. For comprehensive HVAC services, contact McQuaid Heating and Cooling, Plumbing and Refrigeration today.
A great day for me is when the family heads to the local farm stand in our Chevy Traverse. We can enjoy a comfortable, scenic trip in its spacious interior and stay connected with available 4G LTE Wi-Fi. Add in the available hands-free liftgate and class-leading cargo space, and Traverse fits my life and everything that comes with it.
Lease a 2020 Traverse LT for just $279 a month. Put it in D and see why Chevy drives the Motor City.
We're for people, the pioneers, the underdogs, the players, and the slow and steadies. We're for people, for who they are and who they could become. Yes, we're a bank, and some say our business is all about money, but that's an old idea. Because look past the money, and you'll see real human lives. We see it, because we're for people. Huntington, welcome.
Looking for a great rate on a new vehicle? Introducing our credit union's Drive promotion with rates as low as 1.89% and no payments for 90 days. Or refinance and save on your current auto loan with our 1% lower guarantee. You can now get pre-approved and close a loan remotely with our convenient online application process. Stop in today or visit ourcuonline.org/drive to drive away happy.
With us, you can expect something more. More guidance.
Do you trust me, Mom?
More dedication. More commitment. So you can celebrate today and be prepared for tomorrow. Insurance through AAA. Expect something more.
We build roads, bridges, wind farms, and pipelines, schools to skyscrapers. Our members create monuments. We operate. We're the operators and mechanics behind the advanced heavy machines that move Michigan forward. We maintain boilers and HVAC. Our members run the complex heating and cooling systems that we all depend on. Our training is second to none, and safety is our priority. We are Operating Engineers 324, and we keep Michigan running.
With soft tees, plush toys, team-grade snapbacks, and cozy crew necks, we've got everything. Shop all the USPBL gear to rock your favorite team colors year-round. Go to uspbl.com/shop to see our full collection. Ask about local pickup too.
At Priority Health, we're embarking on a new normal, embracing the changes needed to keep Michigan safe. While that may look a little different for everyone, Priority Health is here to help. With access to the care you need, the doctors you want, and the quality coverage you can afford. So you can get back to this, and this, safely, steadily, and with the smartest health coverage possible.
Dunham Sports is a proud partner of the USPBL. Big names, low prices, delivering value since 1937.
Nice 4-1 win for the Hoppers in the 5-inning game, the first of a doubleheader here tonight. The 7th-inning coming up in just a little bit here on the USPBL Network. Let's take a peek at the standings. Brought to you by Scott's here today. The Unicorns and the Hoppers right there at the top. But what this means is the Hoppers have to at least get a win here today to have a chance at it. And even if they do and the Unicorns win tomorrow, that still means the Unicorns will win outright because they own all tiebreakers going forward.
Right. So technically, as long as the Hoppers get a tie, it's basically the same situation. As long as they can get a point to pull themselves ahead of the Unicorns, that means they are forcing the Unicorns to win tomorrow in order to get that #1 seed. So that's a matter of importance for the Hoppers. And, you know, on the Beavers side, if they can win, they at least clinch the 3 seed, which means they'll be the home team on Friday, which does have some value.
Absolutely. It's, you know, it comes down to potentially a, winning run scored in the bottom half, or just that advantage of not having to throw another arm when you have to go to the next day as well.
Yeah, you have to win 3. You know, you're not trying to just win on Friday. You're trying to win 3 games. So anything you can do to give yourself a little bit of an advantage in that first game is gonna help.
Well, the Unicorns trying to win back-to-back, some pieces coming back from last year. Here's what that title run looked like for them in 2019.
At midnight, when the ATM cruelly devours your card. At 6 a.m., when your credit goes down the drain. Or at 10 p.m., when you realize your credit card went on vacation without you. Michigan First is here. With our 24-hour call center, online banking with live chat, mobile banking, and branches near you. Michigan First. You have our attention 24/7.
The Weingarts family is honored to be celebrating 75 years of helping families like yours with your lawn equipment needs. While the equipment has changed, our grandfather's founding values and commitment to quality still drive our business.
We carry top brands like Exmark, Toro, Honda, Cub Cadet, and more. See the full lineup at Weingarts.com.
Whether it's new equipment, parts, or service, we work to earn your trust in each of our 6 locations.
From our family to yours, thank you for letting us serve you.
Weingarts, everything from lawn to snow.
Crack open a Budweiser and experience the refreshing taste of summer. Make every moment of summer count by picking up Budweiser today.
Order Jimmy John's and we'll bring it to your car door. Leave it at your front door or have it ready for you at our drive-thru. Just use jimmyjohns.com or our app to tell us what sandwiches, drinks, chips, and cookies you're hungry for. When you want it and how you want it. We're ready.
You've been charged with a crime in Macomb County. You need an attorney who will protect your liberty and stand between you and the whole force of the government. You need Vince Manzella and the team at Lucido and Manzella on your side. Vince grew up in Macomb County. Vince knows the people in Macomb County. Vince understands the Macomb County court system, and he aggressively fights for Macomb County residents every day. Lucido and Manzella, 586-228-3900.
We really were fortunate to get out when we did. Losing our family photos, our wedding pictures, can't replace it.
Can you imagine losing everything you've got? You realize that it's the little things in life that matter. Things that they thought were damaged and thrown away, all of a sudden they magically reappear. And you see the human spirit come back.
It's our pictures.
To be able to put you safely back in your home matters to us. People matter. People count. At Belfour, we're restoring more than property.
Welcome back. Time to take a peek at your Game 2 starting lineups here, brought to you by AAA. Here today, Ron Williams Jr. leading off for the second consecutive game for Von Joshua's team, followed by Freddie Geely. Playing second base, Joey Weimer, Cameron Comer, and Sam Troyer hitting in the heart of the lineup here today. TJ Riles, Cesar Cuevas, Romero Harris, and Ashanti Wheatley will round it out with A.J. Coleman on the bump. On the other side, for the home hoppers here today, their lineup also brought to you by AAA of Michigan. Greg Vaughn Jr. again leading off. Riley Mahalik bats second. Xavier Warren back in there batting third and catching here today. Zach Gray in the cleanup spot. Adam De La Cruz back out there at third base. Played left field in Game 1. Trevor McKinley off the bench as well. Plays right field. And bat six here, Jordan Pontius, Miles Miller, and Jake Hoover rounding it out with Noah Goetzies on the mound.
I think Noah Goetzies should really look at this start as being very important, to him and also to the Hoppers. I think he needs to really put a stamp on being the number one starter for this team. We're looking at a team that could be the number one seed going into the postseason, and I think there's maybe a little bit of uncertainty about who they want on the mound for the big game.
Time to take a peek at your pitcher comparison brought to you by Denso here today. It's A.J. Coleman and Noah Goetze going in Game 2.
Coleman's been better of late. You know, we've talked about it before. He's been a little bit more adept getting on top of the ball, keeping it down in the zone. He's someone, when he's going good, is going to throw a lot of ground balls, hopefully, and he's got that downward tilt on his ball, sinking, tailing action, and he needs command to be effective. Noah Goetze's having a really good year statistically everywhere except in the win column. You know, it seems like he hasn't been real lucky with regard to getting wins, but as you can see from his ERA, they're very solid overall.
Just getting ready for Game 2 of the doubleheader coming up shortly here on the USPBL Network. We say congratulations to Richard Hanoa. You won the Guess the Score contest for Game 1. Please give us a message on Facebook to receive that prize. Good stuff. We look forward to everything that this second game in the doubleheader has to offer as well. Back with more after this on the USPBL Network.
What makes Detroit Mercy so unique is the fact that it's in the middle of Detroit. The urban setting is really fantastic to be a part of, and especially with their service learning programs, you really get a chance to be a part of the community.
My education here isn't just academic. This school wants you to be the best you that you can be. All aspects of the things that I do here have participated in giving back.
Detroit Mercy. Build a boundless future.
Piloting a hot air balloon is my wife's passion, and she couldn't have a better wingman than my Chevy Equinox. Its stylish design rises above the rest, and with its 4G LTE Wi-Fi plus great gas mileage, Equinox keeps us connected mile after mile. With my Equinox, the sky isn't the limit.
Lease a 2020 Equinox LT for just $280 a month. Put it in D and see why Chevy drives the Motor City. Visit ChevyDetroit.com.
Your neighbors are going to be jealous when they see you're getting a new Connecticut water system. Say goodbye to hard water problems. No more spots on your glassware. Your laundry will feel and smell better. Your hair and skin will look and feel better. Say goodbye to hard water problems and say hello to great tasting crystal clear water with CGC Water.
With us, you can expect something more. More guidance.
Do you trust me, Mom?
More dedication, more commitment. So you can celebrate today and be prepared for tomorrow. Insurance through AAA. Expect something more.
They called it the 1,000-year flood. They were having homes and businesses flooded, and roads were being washed out.
My entire house is going to be flooded. Okay, do you have a second story?
A lot of fear that we were going to lose a lot of people. When we heard the police station was flooded, we immediately gave them our command center to operate out of.
Belfort was our savior. Sheldon and his team restored 25 of our businesses and more than 1,500 residences.
At Belfort, we're restoring more than property.
When you need emergency care, you want your hospital to be ready for whatever comes through the door. Ready for any injury and any illness. Ready to respond at the speed of emergencies. That's why McLaren Macomb built a new emergency department. With advanced technology, clinical expertise, and 68 private exam rooms, we're Macomb County's largest emergency department. And we're ready for you whenever you need us. That's emergency care at McLaren Macomb. That's doing what's best.
Figuring out creative ways to occupy two boys can be challenging, but when I get inspired, I'm glad I have my Chevy Silverado. It's the perfect tool for any project I come up with, from its power-up down tailgate to having more cargo volume than any other pickup. With my Silverado, no project is out of reach.
Lease a 2020 Silverado Custom Crew Cab for just $323 a month. Put it in D and see why Chevy drives the Motor City.
They call me Prospects. Since the day I was born as a diver's watch, the challengers of the world have taught me many things. Life is not a numbers game. It's about challenging ourselves. No matter what happens, just follow your heart. These pioneers drive our generation forward. Not by setting records, but by never giving up. Keep going forward. Prospects.
Available at Lucido Fine Jewelry.
Make your move with a quick and easy mortgage from Genesis Credit Union. We have mortgages to fit your life. Genesis Credit Union. Visit us today.
One thing that makes Detroit Mercy unique and different from other universities is that the faculty truly care about you and they're always there to help. Whether it's asking questions after class or going into the office hours, they're always there to lend a hand and really make you feel at home.
People are here to work together, and whether you have a question or you're discussing topics within the class, you can go up to your professor and they know your name. They're just willing to help you become a better overall student.
Detroit Mercy. Build a boundless future.
There's Noah Goetze, your starting pitcher here in Game 2 for the Eastside Diamond Hoppers. Checks into play here today with a 1.64 ERA. Looking for his 10th starts of the year here tonight. 38 and a third innings pitched, 19 walks to 37 strikeouts.
He's been the typical Game 2 starter of the doubleheader for the Hoppers. It's definitely a familiar sight. Last time out on September the 12th, Game 2, he started against these Beavers. Got a no decision, went 4 1/3, scattering 4 hits and just 1 earned run. Walk and 4 Ks was pretty sharp, especially early on. Common theme, some sloppy defense behind him. A key dropped ball by Gray over at first, and a couple hits here and there led to that ending up in a no decision type outing, but he was pretty solid overall.
You regretting your shorts decision yet?
Not yet. I'm sure as we get more into Game 2 here.
58 degrees it says here at game time. It feels a little bit more chilly than that as you walk around the ballpark. I was able to do a lap before we got back on air here. Visited the merchandise stand just in time as well. On the right field line.
So I promised I was going to go through Sunday with the shorts, but
yeah,
that's probably going to be it.
I think it's what? Is it going to reach 70 tomorrow? Did I see that right?
That'd be
Maybe
nice.
Next week. First pitch of the ball game at 7:17 p.m. Is this the earliest we've had a Game 2?
It's very possible. I don't know that for sure, but very possible.
1-0 on Ron Williams Jr. Game 1 saw him 0 for 3. Fly out, ground out, ground out.
Got a chance to talk to his family between games.
Did you?
Yeah, Ron Sr. and saw Grandma. Grandma's here.
Very nice.
Up from Columbus. She's a very nice young lady. Very proud of RJ, of course, and enjoying watching him. They've actually been in town the majority of the season. They're from Columbus, but in town the majority of the season. Enjoyed, big fans of the league and really enjoyed the season.
2-1 on the outside corner for strike 2. 2-2 on Ron Williams Jr. here.
Ohio State Buckeye fans, though, of course, being from Columbus.
Goetze wasn't extremely happy about his last outing coming into tonight. Said he started off strong, but just couldn't quite keep it going. The curveball not as tight as he would like it. That one's pretty
I like
tight.
that one.
See you later. My goodness. Spin rate of 25.33, right at the major league average. Dust off Ron Williams Jr. to begin it.
That's the downside of being the leadoff hitter. Is you go up there and you don't really know what you're facing quite yet. You haven't really seen anything. You don't have the advantage of being on deck and seeing what this guy's got.
How much can you see from the on-deck circle?
Well, you at least get an idea, and you can see what the pitches are, and if he's establishing any kind of a pattern. Is he starting everybody off with a fastball? Is he throwing change-ups a lot to the lefties? You can at least establish some patterns. Has he not thrown anything yet besides a fastball, which, it looked like Amani Godfrey was kind of falling into that pattern early on.
And how much talking does go on in the dugout between guys that have, maybe you're hitting 7th or so? And
with a smart team, there's a lot. Yeah, and in big games, certainly, in the dog days of summer, maybe you get a little bit lax, a little bit lazy on that. But Even at something like the high school level, if it's a big game, there's a lot of talk going on.
2-2 counts thus far. Here's the 2-1 to Freddie Geely. Slapped it back. Freddie, one of those guys sitting out in game number 1. Getting a rest off in a game that didn't mean a whole lot. 223 average coming into play here today. Fly ball that might just drop. Miller coming in. Pontius going out. It's the center fielder, Miller, who makes the catch. Joey Weimer, the center fielder, trying to break up a possible 1-2-3 bid here in the first inning. Weimer in game 1, a single in his second at bat in the 4th. That's all he got. Single and a pop out.
Oh, crowded him.
Nearly nipped the elbow. Check the defense behind Goatsees here today. Vaughn, Miller, McKinley in the outfield. De La Cruz, Hoover, Pontius, and Gray. And Xavier Warren back behind the plate as expected here in game 2. Fastball at 87, up high, 2-0. Goatsees with a fastball that tops out at 92.
Looks like Xavier Warren painted his nails. You can, something catchers will do on occasion if they're catching in a night game, so you can see the signals a little bit easier. I don't recall him doing that before, but maybe I just didn't notice.
I don't recall anybody doing it.
Yeah, I've seen it a little bit before, but I haven't noticed him doing it.
2-2 on Joey Weimer.
I never did that personally. But of course, you know, at the pro level, you play a heck of a lot more night games than you do college or high school or any other amateur level.
It's a hard cutter. Only at 83, but it looked straight and harder than that, didn't it?
Yeah, he usually throws his cutter harder than that. You know, it does look hard, but he usually 86, 88-ish.
Weimer, good job to work the count there. Everyone has, before his at-bat, 2 straight 2-2 counts, and that's a 2-out walk as Cameron Comer will come up for the first time here tonight. We encourage you to chime in on Facebook and YouTube with us, getting your score prediction in to play here today, along with your player of the game prediction as well. Prizes at stake. First pitch to Comer, flattened out in the air, and that's a nice sinking single. Weimer in stride to second base and to third. He's going to slide in there as he goes first to third.
Yeah, Miller played that one a little bit safe, which I think is wise. You know, that ball could have easily got up the gap if he decided to try and dive for it. Still early. First inning, you want to avoid big innings.
'26 knock of the year for Cameron Comer. Now Paul Nochi going to join this discussion here.
Looks like he's maybe laboring a little physically. It looks to me like something maybe isn't quite right with him. I hope that's not the case, but he looks more concerned than just I gave up a hit, you know? You know? Yeah, it looks like they are making a move. They want to get somebody. How about that?
Do you notice anything in particular?
No, just the look on his face. I didn't see anything physically with him. I mean, his stuff looked very similar to what we would normally see.
So Zane Collins, a guy that has started this year, has not pitched at all this week, so it's not surprising we see him in relief here today, but obviously surprising that we'll see him in the first inning of action. He'll be given as much time as he can to warm up because I don't think he was throwing. It looked like he was stretching maybe out there. Hoffman Dental pitching change here. Zane Collins trying to save the day for the Diamond Hoppers in a very important game in terms of playoff seeding. And Noah Goetze, you can see the look on his face. Sad, frustrated, whatever you want to call it, that he can't continue in this game as he just records 2 outs in the first, records a walk and a single, which puts runners on first and third. Collins be given as much time as he can to warm up. As he does that, we'll step aside here in the USPBL Network.
Be a part of the game. Be a part of the family. Be a part of the magic. Join the USPBL season ticket holder program and be a part of all of the best moments at Jimmy John's Field. Why? Because 2021 is gonna be fun. Purchase a 2021 season ticket holder plan or renew your existing plan today.
Detroit Mercy itself definitely values who you are as a person to really give me guidance on what it was to be a college student. The ability to connect with many people from different backgrounds. Not only did I take what I learned in the academic world, but I was able to apply that in a professional setting. And the university definitely provided those resources. And I was able to graduate and be the first one of my family to graduate from college.
Detroit Mercy. Build a boundless future.
Order Jimmy John's and we'll bring it to your car door. Leave it at your front door or have it ready for you at our drive-thru. Just use jimmyjohns.com or our app to tell us what sandwiches, drinks, chips, and cookies you're hungry for. When you want it and how you want it. We're ready.
There's nothing better than a ball game at Jimmy John's Field and a cold beer from Midland Brewing Company. Hi, I'm Kyle, the head brewer at Midland Brewing Company, here to wish you a stellar time making memories at Jimmy John's Field. And we hope that you're living it up with a Copper Harbor Ale in your cup. You can find more of our selections here at the ballpark and around town at your favorite bottle shops too. We hope you have a ball at the game, and remember, enjoy responsibly. Let's play ball.
Zane Collins completes his warm-up here, coming in emergency duty for Noah Goetze, and will look to go long, at least 4 innings you'd hope today. Who knows how long they'll be able to get out of him. A guy that started almost exclusively, but you never know when a guy is pressed into duty like this.
Could be a major blow for the Hoppers, really. You know, not sure how serious that injury was with Goetze's, but as we mentioned before, he was probably in line to be the #1 starter for the postseason, and I got to believe they're not going to be comfortable going to him now.
He had some arm soreness early on, which made him, much like Justin Revels, scratch off quite a few scheduled starts.
Right.
Ever since coming back from that, a couple outings after, he's been dealing with some back tightness, though, too. So maybe that flared up.
I mean, that looked to me more like a back situation just because of his stuff. You know, his arm looked like it was fine to me.
Popped it up down the third base line, and that will roll foul.
He just looked uncomfortable and maybe a little bit awkward, so I wouldn't be surprised if it was the back.
He retired the first 2 men he saw here in the first inning, and Ron Williams Jr. and Freddie Geely. Then the walk to Weimer, who stands at third, and the single by Cameron Comer. Weimer went first to third. Had to hesitate at that single, kind of hung up there.
But now Zane Collins with a real opportunity. You know, if he runs with this game and throws well, then maybe he could be the guy.
Well, we saw Jared Wright a couple weeks back coming in a similar situation, 6 and a third out of the bullpen for the Mammoths. One of his best appearances lately in terms of Wright. Troyer in game 1, a line out and a pop out. TJ Riles to follow. He's your Zach Hart agency man on deck here in the first inning. Now the 2-2. Skedaddled foul. Dave Page comments on YouTube, says, I hope it's nothing serious for Goetze. He's really good on the mound. Will make next weekend interesting as long as he's healthy.
Yep.
Ditto. I mean, that's for sure something that's on the mind of the Hoppers all of a sudden.
It almost makes this more of a must-win game for them now. You can't get into a situation where you need to win 2 games to win the championship if your pitching is going to be a little bit thin.
Well, Jamon Taylor had quite the start.
He did.
His last time out.
Sure.
Been a little bit up and down for this team, but
it'd be interesting if he ended up, if they did get the 1 seed and he was the guy to start that championship game. I don't think that's something that any of us saw coming at one time this year.
2-2 popped him up. Short outfield. Hoover will make sure the runs don't scratch across here in the first inning. So far, so good for Zane Collins. All those hitters battled, though. You saw 4 2-ball counts and a 3-ball count here in the first inning. Back with more after this.
You're going through a divorce in Macomb County. You need an attorney who will fight to get you what you're entitled to, preserve your parental rights, and protect your finances. You need Vince Manzella and the team at Lucido and Manzella on your side. Vince grew up in Macomb County. Vince knows the people in Macomb County. Vince understands the Macomb County court system, and he aggressively fights for Macomb County residents every day. Lucido and Manzella, 586-228-3900.
They call me Prospects. Since the day I was born as a diver's watch, the challengers of the world have taught me many things. Life is not a numbers game. It's about challenging ourselves. No matter what happens, just follow your heart. These pioneers drive our generation forward, not by setting records, but by never giving up. Keep going forward. Prospects.
Available at Lucido Fine Jewelry.
A.J. Coleman, the starter here today for the Birmingham Bloomfield Beavers.
Coleman and Zane Collins have a lot of similarities really between the two of them, besides one being right-handed, of course, and the other being left-handed. But both of them really rely on deception and command, a 2-seam fastball that sinks and tails, keeping that down in the zone. Coleman had a few rough outings, for a little while, but has been better the last couple times out. Much better command. When he's not going good, he'll miss on his glove side a lot, kind of flies open, pulls his head that way, and opens up a little bit too soon.
After 2 starts in a row of just 2 combined walks, he walked 3 last game compared to 4 strikeouts in 4 innings. He gave up 4 hits. You'll see Greg Vaughn Jr., Riley Mahalik, and Xavier Warren, your Zach Hart agency 3-men due up here in the first inning. Greg Vaughn Jr. in game 1, 0 for 2. Wasn't a whole lot of production by either team. Nobody getting more than 1 hit. Grise, Gray, Mahalik, Pontius had the hits in the game for the Diamond Hoppers. In the end, a 4-1 victory. They were able to collect 4 walks, a couple that they captured runs on. 1 pitch and 1 out here for A.J. Coleman. Check the defense behind A.J. here today, brought to you by AAA of Michigan. Harris is in right, Weimer to his left, Riles to the immediate left, Troyer, Williams on the corners, Geely and Cuevas up the middle with Cameron Comer back behind the plate. First pitch to Riley Mahalik off the plate outside.
He's got good tail on that 2-seamer already today. He's got to learn how to control it, though. When it tails that much, sometimes it'll tail right out of the zone on you. And if that's the case, you got to start it more in on a left-handed hitter.
Two seam and the changeup. Coleman's bread and butter. Changeup something he's been working on with the delivery value system. He says it's not exactly where he wants it yet, and even went to stretch out and say that it might be more of an off-season project in terms of perfectly perfecting it, but
he used it right there to got Mahalik a little bit out front on that pop-up.
Two up and two down. That's the way Noah Goetze started before the single and the walk, and then he was lifted because of some discomfort. Information we haven't been privy to and may not hear until after the game, but nonetheless, in a game that they must win if they want the #1 seed, it's a blow here and possibly going forward. One and one on Xavier Warren.
One thing they don't have to really worry about is extending their bullpen as a result of that. This is the last regular season game for them, and they're not going to play until next Saturday no matter what. So not really a concern from that standpoint.
And in general, they haven't been taxed since the first week of this new format. I mean, they had all those games at the beginning of September.
And they came out of that looking pretty good.
Which they needed to do because they knew they were going to sit around, and obviously playing 2 games in a day on these Saturdays, but not counting towards those standings. Low and inside, and Xavier Warren draws another walk, his 21st of the year, compared to just 10 strikeouts. It's kind of always been his MO, but taking it to the next level here in pro ball as well. High walk, low strikeout guy. Good power when he makes contact with the ball.
Gray, Vaughn and Gray are both similar to that when they're going well.
He's got 3 walks, 1 in his last 3 games each. Walk numbers lately haven't been crazy. His last 10, you look at it, 5 walks to 4 strikeouts. Partly because he's been swinging a little bit better bat. He's hitting .267 in that stretch. Zach Gray had himself a base hit in game 1, 94 miles an hour off the bat. Fouls off the 88 mile an hour fastball there. Two-seam fastball topped out right around 89 this year, averaging 86. 86 is right where he was at on the average fastball velocity last game.
If he could eventually get to where he's averaging 89, that would be really a different story. Whether or not he can get there or not, I don't know.
For some guys, it's just where they're at.
You have to learn how to get guys out with what you have. And he certainly can. He's got a lot of movement on his ball. Good downward plane.
Fly out, pop out, walk. And now Zach Gray trying to get on and extend this first inning. Down low, 2-2. Adam De La Cruz, your Zach Hart agency man on deck. Righty on lefty, here's the 2-2. Shuffling the feet is Zach Gray, so that's something that the Beavers did pretty well in the top half of the inning, was extend the count. We saw 3-2 counts and a 3-2 count, and a first pitch single by Cameron Comer against both Zane Collins and the starter Noah Goatsees. Full count delivery off the leg. Gray has had his fair share of walks this season as well. Has shown that he's got a pretty good eye. Second year here in the USPBL. Hitting for a much better average this year because of some tweaks progressively throughout last season. Him and Von Joshua worked a lot on that when he was an assistant coach for Paul Noce. Swing and a miss. A.J. Coleman bears down, and pitch number 18 is a big one for his first strikeout in this one. Strands the 2-out walk in a 0-0 game. Time for Freaky Fast Trivia presented by Jimmy John's. Dan got it in game one, yes. The classic rock trivia here on Saturdays.
House money.
Before his solo career, Phil Collins was the drummer and singer for which band?
I've never heard of any of those bands besides, but I think I've heard of Genesis, so I'm just going to go D, Genesis.
What do we got? Ah! You got it.
Oh, boy. Maybe it's my day.
Freaky Fast Trivia presented by Jimmy John's. More after this on the USPBL Network.
Can you feel that? Something's changing. A shift from a focus on me to something bigger. Because while it's perfectly fair to ask, what's in it for me? Finding the answer comes from asking what's in it for we. At TCF Bank, our purpose lies in answering that question. In giving every me the financial strength to make us all a stronger we.
Zane Collins forced into duty in the first inning. And I wouldn't be surprised, if they would have tried to use him at some point today, whether that was in game one or game two. He started game one last Saturday in the doubleheader. But there's quite a few available arms, so they were most likely going to try to piece it together in the fashion that they thought was best to win. At this point, as Dan mentioned, there's not a lot of worry in terms of, they're pitching tomorrow or they're going to have to pitch in 3 days. Nobody's going to pitch until at least Saturday, and if they can get a win here today, maybe Sunday with the Unicorns' loss tomorrow.
Yeah, I think they were going to play to win this game, but I also think they wanted to make sure some guys got work too. Even if Goatsees was awesome and he threw a complete game, not necessarily the greatest thing for the long term, because then you've got everybody else on the staff waiting until Sunday or possibly Saturday to pitch again. I'm sure they're going to try to stay sharp during the week, of course. They'll probably do a little inter-squad action, something of that nature at some point.
TJ Riles, Cesar Cuevas, Romero Harris, your Zach Hart agency three-men due-up here in the second inning. Goatsees retired the first two men he saw before the walk in the single, and then Collins was able to induce the pop-out.
Those long layoffs are always interesting as it comes to championships in baseball. Baseball's not really a game where you want to be laid off for a long time.
It has not worked in the favor of the Detroit Tigers recently.
No, my previous career, I know all too well what those long layoffs can do. 2006 and 2012. In 2006, it was there was a little bit of a debate internally. Dave Dombrowski, Jim Leland, and some others about possibly going to Lakeland during that time and doing some inter-squad in Lakeland. And I think that's something that I kind of wish they would have done, maybe to stay sharp as opposed to staying in the cold in Detroit.
How close did they get to doing that?
I never really heard for sure. It was definitely discussed, and I think there was mixed feelings on, some that wanted to and some that didn't.
Pontius has got to hurry here, and he did get him despite what Riles thought. At least according to your base pass umpire here for game two. So here comes Cuevas now. Shortstop again tonight for the Birmingham Bloomfield Beavers. played a little third base, played some shortstop, played a game or two over at second base, has positionally settled down this Beavers team a little bit. Close play, but foul. 6 hits and 46 at-bats. It comes out to a 174 average. Has hit a couple home runs. They were 2 impressive home runs for 2 different reasons. One, a line drive just shortly after he got here, and then the other, a lofting ball that went over the foul pole and out of the ballpark over the Chevrolet Pavilion out there.
In fact, that was off of Zane Collins, wasn't it?
I believe so, now that you say it. Yep, last Saturday. Swing and a miss there by Caesar.
One of his home runs was definitely off of Collins. I believe it was that one.
Check swing. He did go.
Ooh.
2 up and 2 down for Zane Collins here in the second. Well, Zane Collins has been going through quite a few mechanical tweaks throughout the year. And you talk to Shane McCaddy and Justin Ornduff and Alan Oakes, and they say that's certainly led to some of the inconsistencies that you've seen out of this right-handed arm. A lot of these guys go through tweaks, but some more drastic than others.
He looks a little smoother to me. You know, I'm not sure if that's one of the things they were trying to do, but he doesn't have quite that same hesitation. He had seemingly a little bit more of a hitch.
Yeah, I'm with you.
You know, I think the plus side of that kind of hesitation or hitch is that it can throw the hitter off a little bit, but it probably isn't the type of thing that helps you optimize your velocity.
Zane Collins gave up only 1 run in his last outing. It was last Saturday against the Beavers, and you're right, it was Cuevas who had the home run in the first, and that was it. Had some base runners after that at a 1-out walk in the second. Nothing happened there. A leadoff walk in the third. He was able to face the minimum after throwing out Cesar Cuevas at that point. A double in the fourth and a walk in the fifth, but all those base runners stranded after that. He has a 2-out walk here in the second. And Ashanti Wheatley getting the start for the second consecutive game, played in the outfield in game 1, DHing at the bottom of the lineup here today for Von Joshua in game 2. He reached on an error back in the 3rd inning, game 1, which allowed the only run of the game to score for the Beavers at that point. 0-1 on Wheatley. Ron Williams Jr., your Zach Hart agency man on deck. He's the top of the order.
That's something I think Collins needs to try to do more, is establish that fastball in.
Can certainly set up your off-speed pitches a little bit better.
Definitely. He did the right thing there. He went from the fastball in to the breaking ball away. He just missed his spot with it.
So that's just in hopes of maybe getting a guy to back off just a little bit. And
yeah, or respect the fastball more, because his fastball is moderate speed, but you have to respect it a little bit more when they throw in.
1-2 looper. You
don't want guys leaning out over the plate, you know, looking for that sinking ball away or looking for the breaking ball. Especially right-handers.
And that's why he struggled at points, because they like his secondary stuff. The slider, the curveball, the changeup. When you throw a fastball 60% of the time and it's not a put-away pitch, it's tough to succeed sometimes when you can't locate. And there's your first rundown of the game, and a good job to chase him down by Zach Gray.
Harris is he's a bit of a suspect base runner.
There's
something
another
I'll have to work on.
pickle of the game brought to you by Sherwood Brewing. Tomorrow you can pick up a half-off pickle pizza.
Oh, boy.
At Sherwood Brewing.
I like my Sunday trips to Sherwood Brewing. I noticed when I was there last time, they got some good football going on the TV, too.
Back with more after this on the USPBL Network.
DTE Energy customers can get their share of huge lifetime energy cost savings. How? By using our website. The Osling's new programmable thermostat saved them a bundle. And their new, efficient furnace earned them a hefty rebate. All over Michigan, people like the Oslings are saving. Why not you? There are always new ways to save at dteenergy.com/saveenergy. DTE Energy.
Giving you so much more. Hollywood Supermarkets, your neighborhood grocery store. Hollywood Supermarkets, giving you so much more. Hollywood Supermarkets, your neighborhood grocery store.
Get to the game brought to you by Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan. It's Darren Strom, goes to Iroquois Middle School, 12 years old, likes to play baseball and hockey.
It's got to be the Chippewa Valley School District, right? Aren't they all named after tribes pretty much?
So, yeah. Chippewa Valley and Dakota, I think, matching up last night.
Yeah, I saw Dakota won, huh? I think that was a bit of a surprise to most people. I saw the some kind of podcast or something that specializes in the MAC Red. I can't remember what it was called. I saw them on Twitter, but I think they picked all 3 MAC Red games incorrectly. They got all 3 of them wrong, which I don't necessarily blame them for because I think they were all upsets.
Well, and going into this thing, I cover the Catholic League throughout the year as well. It's tough for me even to know who's going to be good and who's not, because even some of these coaches, you message them and say, hey, what do you think? And it's like, well, we've started and stopped so many times. I haven't really had a chance to focus on anybody else but ourselves.
Nobody had any tune-up games. You're jumping right into that MAC Red schedule or Catholic League schedule.
Yeah, in the past you could go out and, see some teams in those 4-way scrimmages sometimes.
Right.
Or at least send one of your assistant coaches over there. Adam De La Cruz, Trevor McKinley, Jordan Pontius. Your Zach Hart Agency 3 men due up here in the second against A.J. Coleman. Good job by him to strand the 2-out walk. He struck out Zach Gray. He was maybe a few more pitches than he would have liked, but he got through it. One and 2 on Adam De La Cruz. He coaxed yet another walk in the last game. Came around to score. Was a part of a 2-run fourth to extend the lead in the first game of the doubleheader. Here's the 2-2. On the corner for strike 3. De La Cruz didn't like it.
That's a tough call. I don't blame him. Not much he could do with that.
Trevor McKinley, his first AB of the night. Did not play in game 1. Out there in right field again for Paul Nochi here in game 2. A.J. Coleman does get quite a few called strikes on that 2-seam fastball. 18% compared to just 4% swinging strikes. Gets good action on both on the curve. Change up kind of the same direction as well. Popped it up down the third baseline. It's Troyer who pokes out for out number 2, and that's what you want to get your pitch count back in order after you've had 3 straight battles to 3, 4, 5 in the order.
Yep, nice quick contact outs.
And that's what he can do. I mean, he can go through a game where he strikes out 1 or 2 and be very effective still.
Sure. Miss barrels. Get guys out front. Couple jam shots, couple end of the bat shots.
Nice hard hit ball by Jordan Pontius to plate a run in that 4th inning in game 1. Batting 7th, playing second base. It's right around where we've seen him lately. The 1-1. Gonna hang up there and land foul in the end.
Be interesting to see if any of these managers make any type of a drastic change before a playoff game. I don't think they will. For the most part, managers want to dance with the girl you brought with you.
There's another hit for Jordan Pontius.
Good effort there by Geely, just a little out of his reach.
And these benches aren't extremely deep either for either of these two teams.
No.
We talked about it in game 1. These two teams do have the deepest in terms of numbers. On the bench today for the Hoppers, Maselli, Torres, Grise. And you spoke of Grise as a guy who maybe is somebody you want to look at coming off the bench in a pinch hitter situation. Maselli had a double in game 1 as well, so he's trying to make a bid for that, and who knows, maybe even a start going forward.
There's a couple lighter hitters on this Hoppers squad that play pretty good defense that if you need a hit, you could maybe pinch hit in those spots. Miles Miller is one. You know, Jake Hoover's probably another. Pontius could go either way. He does get his share of hits. You know, not a big power guy, obviously, but, you know, there's certainly some spots where you could use a guy like that.
Would you be more lenient to do that onto your double play combination, you think, in a playoff game as opposed to otherwise?
It depends on the situation. I mean, if you're down and you need to score, you can't really worry about the defensive part of it.
Here's the 1-0.
Oh,
wow. Right back up the box, off the mound, into center field. And that's back-to-back hits with 2 outs off of A.J. Coleman here. Now Jake Hoover coming to the plate, the shortstop, bottom of the order here.
It'll be interesting going forward with the National League almost assuredly getting rid of the DH. There's pretty much not going to be pitchers hitting really anywhere across baseball anymore, so you're not really going to see some of the strategic things we used to with double switches and pinch hitters in the 6th inning, you know, things of that nature. You're not going to see that nearly as much.
Fernando Rodney getting his 1 career at bat, and Dan in attendance for it.
At Wrigley Field. Believe that was a 1-3 ground out, we determined?
Yes, a 1-3 ground out. His only career AB.
But Baseball Reference can't show you how awkward it looked.
No. Nope. Maybe we could look it up on YouTube.
Perhaps.
Here's the 0-1. Just missed the 76-mile-an-hour curveball.
I guess it's a blessing or a curse depending on what you've done in your life, but it's kind of neat, I think, for the most part, that the internet will allow us to permanently store all these facts forever. You know, that someday somebody will be able to look up that type of minuscule information. You know, it's kind of amazing.
Well outside, 88-mile-an-hour fastball kind of flew open there, like we talked about before.
Yeah, when he misses, that's usually how. Pitchers all have tendencies, and that's his.
Something he's dealt with throughout his career, especially lately. 1-2, poked into the glove of Ron Williams Jr. down the first base line. Coleman able to strand back-to-back singles with 2 outs here in the 2nd and keep this game tied at 0s.
When you need emergency care, you want your hospital to be ready for whatever comes through the door. Ready for any injury and any illness. Ready to respond at the speed of emergencies. That's why McLaren Macomb built a new emergency department with advanced technology, clinical expertise, and 68 private exam rooms. We're Macomb County's largest emergency department, and we're ready for you whenever you need us. That's emergency care at McLaren Macomb. That's doing what's best.
When you are in need of air conditioning services, turn to the experienced professionals at McQuaid Heating and Cooling, Plumbing and Refrigeration. Since 1970, we've been delivering high-quality air conditioning installation and repair services. Call for a free estimate today. Let us help you be cool and comfortable. For comprehensive HVAC services, contact McQuaid Heating and Cooling, Plumbing and Refrigeration today.
Figuring out creative ways to occupy two boys can be challenging, but when I get inspired, I'm glad I have my Chevy Silverado. It's the perfect tool for any project I come up with, from its power up-down tailgate to having more cargo volume than any other pickup. With my Silverado, no project is out of reach.
Lease a 2020 Silverado Custom Crew Cab for just $323 a month. Put it in D and see why Chevy drives the Motor City.
Zane Collins out for his second full inning of work. He took over for Noah Goetze if you're just tuning in back in the first after he came out after just 4 batters in this game. Experiencing some sort of discomfort. Has been dealing with a tight back since he came back from the arm soreness for the last month or so. Ashanti Wheatley was up in the second inning before Romero Harris was picked off. Again, a reminder, you can head to Sherwood Brewing tomorrow because of that and get a half-off pickle pizza. Your son enjoyed it the other day, didn't he?
He did. One of my sons, yes. Danny. Blake, not so much. He's a
picky eater.
Yeah, well, they're both really picky, but Blake is not so much with anything green at this point.
Okay. Doesn't like the Hoppers either?
Actually, he loves the Hoppers. He's the Hoppers fan, so I shouldn't have said that, I guess. Green food.
It's not easy being green, is it?
Yeah, he's the Ribby fan.
1-1 on Ashanti Wheatley. Ron Williams Jr., Zach Hart agency man on deck, and that'll be Freddie Geely. The second for Collins. He retired the first 2 men he saw after a couple 2-2 counts on the walk to Romero Harris.
Oh,
hit him on the foot. It's not what you want to do here as it turns it back to the top of the order. Only the 3rd hit batter all year long for Zane Collins. Ron Williams Jr. to strike out looking back in the first inning. Him and Cuevas have gone down with the K. That was against Noah Goetze. Obviously the first man he faced. Fastball, rip back.
It's a good swing. Didn't miss that by much.
So Collins, another guy who doesn't get a lot of swings and misses on the fastball, but when he locates it, he gets a lot of called strikes. That's nearly 20% called strikes.
Right. Interesting.
Trying to sneak one in, possibly. Gets the most swings and misses on the slider in a tight race with the changeup. 17% on the slider, 16.5 on the change. The fastball sneaks inside. He's losing command a little bit here in the 3rd inning, it seems. That is certainly the key to both of these guys here today. There's no action in either bullpen. They want length for sure out of Zane Collins. At least 3, you'd think.
Yeah, you take a look at the Hoppers' arsenal today. They could certainly give Dugan Darnell some action. Probably want to, actually. Same with Raymond Martin. So there's Nick Leo. There's definitely some guys they could go to. But you probably need to get through the 3rd, 4th inning, ideally.
Good to see Noah Stroll pitch another clean inning. Second one in a row since coming back from a long injury, not pitching in Again, since last Saturday, he didn't pitch until July at that point.
Right.
1 inning, no hits, no walks, 2 strikeouts, 15 pitches. Got runners on first and second here. Only 1 hit on the board thus far for the Beavers. Geely sows sack bunt as he takes it back on a ball outside. What's the low tonight? Do you know?
The low temperature?
Yeah.
No, I don't. I know when I woke up this morning, I looked at it because I was thinking about going for a jog, which I didn't end up doing, but it was 58 when I woke up.
Strike 1 on Freddie Geely. So you chickened out.
I did.
No, it's
53 right now, so.
And it's a frigid 53. Maybe it's just because it's what we're used to at this point.
Right.
But
for as long as we're going to be here, it looks like it could get down to about 47 by the time this game ends. So, depending on how long the game goes.
In for strike 2 on Geely.
Picks up pretty quick tomorrow by game time, 64, and then a high of 66 tomorrow. Gets nice again during the week, though. Consistent 70s, up to 79 on Wednesday. Looks like it could be a nice playoff weekend, knock on wood.
That's what we like to hear.
Yeah, we'll trade some cold today for a nice playoff weekend.
Pop to center, Miles Miller. Going to play that and halt everybody where they are.
2 straight flyouts to center, shallow center for Freddie Geely.
Now Joey Weimer trying to capitalize here. Single. 1 for 2 in game 1, a walk to begin his ABs here in the first inning in game 2.
Be interesting to watch Weimer develop, you know, as he gets back into affiliated ball and everything. I think he's someone who has some things to work out with his swing a little bit if he's going to consistently hit with some power in game situations.
Bat has been perking up a little bit recently. 2 for 3 a couple nights ago against the Unicorns. But he's not a guy that you want striking out a whole ton because you want him on the base the way he can swipe a bag for you.
Definitely.
Whittled into the diving glove of Hoover. How in the world did he pick that up off the ground?
Right.
Goodness.
He came in with a good rep defensively, and it certainly played out that way.
Second out of the inning. That's a huge out for Zane Collins. That for sure looked like it would sink before it got to the glove. He just kind of tucked under it as long as he could. Collected the second out.
It's well played there by Pontius. He was playing shallow right.
Analytics paying in the favor of Paul Nochi and the Hoppers here in the third inning. They strand the leadoff hit batter and the walk on first and second. 3 straight outs after that for Zane Collins. JJ, the Field Dreno presented by Michigan First Credit Union here tonight.
Is JJ wearing a jacket yet?
Does he do that?
No, not that I've seen. I was just curious. He's got that nice coat, of course, already built in.
I feel like the bigger dogs, you don't see those sweaters as much.
You're right. I think I've seen him in a jersey before.
That makes sense.
And there he goes. I think he's ready for some exercise here. Good night for some frisbee.
Nice catch behind Romero Harris there. DJ the Water Boy presented by Michigan First Credit Union. Back with more after this. on the USPBL Network.
The difference that we bring to pediatric care isn't just the fact that we care deeply about our patients and want to partner with their parents in delivering the best care for their children, because a lot of pediatricians can deliver great care. What we do differently at Campground Pediatrics is we offer a different environment to deliver that care, and we offer personal service in a way that many practices can't.
A.J. Coleman coming on for his third inning of work. He'll face the top of the order, Vaughn Jr., Riley Mahalik, and Xavier Warren. Couple base runners for both of these two pitchers in their last half. For Zane Collins, he led it off with a hit batter to Wheatley and then turned it back to Ron Williams Jr. at the top with a walk. First and second, pop out to Geely, line out to Weimer, ground out to Comer, got him out of it unscathed as he tries to piece together a start coming in an emergency situation for Noah Goetze. For Coleman, has recorded the first two men he's faced in each inning. In the first, he gave up a 2-out walk, then struck out Gray. In the second, 2 2-out singles in a row and got Hoover to line out softly to Ron Williams Jr. So he would like a quick inning here as his pitch count is already at 36 through 2. Curveball outside. Bit more slider action on that one. 1-1. Dips down with the 85-mile-an-hour fastball, swing and a miss by Vaughn Jr. Extended his 4-game on-base streak. Last game to 5 games with a walk. In that stretch, 2 hits, 5 walks. So if that continues, you'd think he's going to continue to hit at the leadoff spot through the playoffs for Paul Noce, a newfound discovery. There you go.
That was a rope.
And he's got a hard hit percentage of 40%, which means balls over 95 miles an hour and over on the exit velocity.
You know, Greg Vaughn Jr. is a classic example of how in a game like baseball you can't judge anyone after a short sample size. You know, you could have easily looked at him after a few weeks and said, man, this guy's hitting a $120 or whatever it is that, you know, he's not going to be any good, but that's just not the case. You could see by his actions and his skills and even by his eye that water was going to find its level eventually.
Or vice versa, right?
Sure.
In terms
of...
Oh,
yeah. Well, and you look at what was it, Chris Shelton the one year with the Tigers, 2006. I mean, he looked like Babe Ruth for a month, and he was out of a starting job by June. He fell off so hard they had to go trade for Sean Casey.
The mayor.
Right.
Flopper that might just float in. First and second to start this third inning. Well, a couple bloops and maybe a blast from the middle of the order here. How about Tim Anderson? We talked about his batting average on balls in play, well, you know, maybe a month ago or so. That he won the batting title last year with a .399 batting average on balls in play. He's hitting .422 this year on batting average on balls in play as Xavier Warren pops that out to center field for the first out. He might just win it again this year. .365 average. He hit .335 last year. Not given that's a short season and all, but it's no longer a small sample size when you have 170 at-bats under your belt. And Tim Anderson, his career average has now risen up to 283, but you look at his averages from his first 3 years, 240, 257, and 283. The 283 in the least games, besides this year, in his first season in 2016 with the White Sox.
How about just the pure idea that the White Sox are a 1 seed in the playoffs? It's just, we knew they were going to get better and that they were probably the next team that was going to take over in the Central, but I didn't think it would happen quite this fast.
It's been quite the resurgence.
They really had a lot of pieces. Done a good job there. Of course, Chris Getz, the former Grosse Pointe South standout, is the director of player personnel there. They've built a strong organization from the top down.
So you're saying he's
the reason? No, but certainly like to claim every Grosse Pointe South grad we can.
2-0 on Zach Gray. Runners on first and second with 1 out here. Curveball outside.
It's all important, though. You know, he's someone who was a borderline player for them. You know, he's a major leaguer, but for a short time. And just to be able to identify talent in someone like that, to put him in the front office eventually, is they deserve credit for that.
Rebel Rich says, let's go. I'm here for my brother, Adam De La Cruz, in the Bronx, New York.
Is he a Red Sox fan also?
It's a good question, Rich. Chime in. I guess he might be, right? Because
I think Adam De La Cruz might be having a rough summer if he's rooting hard for the Red Sox this year.
True. 3-1 on Zach Gray. He struck out his first time up on a 3-2 pitch. Been a lot of deep counts overall between these two pitchers. Zane Collins and Noah Goetze win the total on that thus far, but the hopper is challenging that, and there's a liner over the glove of Cuevas. It's going to load the pond of hoppers here in the third.
Speaking of Adam De La Cruz.
Oh, Rich says he's a Yankee fan.
Okay.
Says we argue with him always, LOL.
Well, Rich is probably the normal one, I guess. Being that they are in the Bronx.
PJ Gradowski, our director, says, way to go, Rich, in our ear. Big-time Yankee fan. First pitch to De La Cruz, a curveball that floats a little high, and he fouls it off to the screen.
Fandom is always an interesting thing to figure out. You know, there's people from Detroit that have just always been, you know, Yankees fans or whatever, and there's not really any explanation for it aside from the fact that maybe when they grew up the Tigers weren't very good, so they just claimed somebody else. Certainly a lot of football situations like that around Detroit.
It'd be interesting to see stats on people that move away from their home city and were big fans of whoever. If they stay fans or if they waver away.
I think you do most of the time. I think your new city maybe becomes like a second choice.
Yeah.
But I think you keep your original fandom.
I think that's apparent when, you know, you see XYZ teams visit. You know, those jerseys pop up, and not necessarily, some of it's the travel of fans, but
college sports is even more so that way. I mean, I was a diehard Michigan football fan growing up, and then once I actually went to college and I didn't attend Michigan, I, you know, really lost 90% of that. It's just not where you go to school. It's just where you establish your loyalties most of the time.
Back-to-back 3-1 counts. Gray singled. He's standing on first base. Vaughn Jr. at third. Mahalik at second here. Now the 3-1. Is that going to hook fair? Not quite. Williams Jr.
The type of ball that could.
So 3-2 now. We've seen it.
Yeah.
Hook fair a couple times this year, haven't we?
Mm-hmm. It's another big pitch here. We'll see what Coleman decides to do. you don't want to keep throwing them the same thing, even in a full count situation.
Continues to battle. It's a 3-2 walk. His second at bat in game number 1. Back in the 4th inning, came around to score the last run for the Diamond Hoppers in total. Trying to plate the first 1, maybe 2, maybe 3 runs if you can put one in the gap. Swing and a miss. Coleman bears down for out number 2 to strike out De La Cruz for the second time tonight.
Just changed the location there. He started it off the plate and it swung back over the corner. It was a really nice pitch, really well located.
All his strikeouts have come against the 4 and 5 hitters in Paul Nochi's lineup here tonight. Zach Gray has the other one for the 3rd out in the 1st inning, and an uber important at bat for Trevor McKinley here today. You have to take advantage of these runs given your pitching situation you've been put in here today. Geely feeds to second base, and A.J. Coleman, a magician here in the 3rd inning. Vaughn, Mahalik, and Gray will have to settle with sitting on 1st, 2nd, and 3rd to end the 3rd.
At midnight, when the ATM cruelly devours your card. At 6 a.m., when your credit goes down the drain. Or at 10 p.m., when you realize your credit card went on vacation without you. Michigan First is here. With our 24-hour call center, online banking with live chat, mobile banking, and branches near you. Michigan First. You have our attention 24/7.
Looking for a great rate on a new vehicle? Introducing our credit union's Drive promotion with rates as low as 1.89% and no payments for 90 days. Or refinance and save on your current auto loan with our 1% lower guarantee. You can now get pre-approved and close a loan remotely with our convenient online application process. Stop in today or visit ourcuonline.org/drive to drive away happy.
Well, here's what's at stake here today. There's quite a bit for these Hoppers. The Beavers will play in the first game on Friday no matter what. They are playing, in a sense, to be the home team in that game, depending on what happens tomorrow with the Mammoths. If they lose, they'll be there. If the Mammoths win and the Beavers lose here tonight, it's going to go to run scored throughout this September push. The Hoppers, on the other hand, though, have to get a win if they want to snatch that first seed. And even if they do get a win and the Unicorns win tomorrow, it's a no point because they own the tiebreaker.
Right.
We knew that the Unicorns would own any tiebreaker going into this new form standings. De La Cruz, 1 pitch and 1 out, and that's big for Zane Collins, who's already thrown 42 pitches through 2 2/3 at this point. He came in with 2 outs in the first for Noah Goetze when he couldn't continue. He retired the first 2 men he saw, and then the walk to Weimer and the single to Comer. Got a pop out to Sam Troyer. Has seen at least 1 base runner in every inning since. He would love to get him 1, 2, 3 here in the 4th. Good thing about the 3rd, he led it off with a hit by pitch. Wheatley ended up at second base by the time Ron Williams walked. And he retired the next 3 he faced. A little excuse me swing, no problem for Pontius for out number 2.
That's his second straight 4-3 for Riles.
Now Cesar Cuevas will be the last shot. Pretty good pitching matchup tonight in Cincinnati. Dallas Keuchel and Trevor Bauer going at it. Bauer's had quite the year. 171 ERA through 9 starts, 58 innings, 11 walks to...
That hit his foot? Well, apparently it did.
There's just no possible 1, 2, 3 innings here tonight.
No.
Even when Coleman has retired the first 2, he hasn't been able to seal that. Bauer, 15 walks, 83 strikeouts. Ouch. That's really good.
Yes. I remember watching him pitch. First time I ever saw him, it was at Toledo. And he was with, I think it might have been Columbus.
Yeah, Clippers?
Yeah. And he just looked like a nutcase to me.
This one flopped into right center field. Around second and going to third is Caesar. He will get there standing up. And that puts runners on first and third now with 2 outs. Good swing by Romero Harris.
Now he's got to be careful here this time not to get picked. You know, in a first third situation, I'm sure Collins is going to keep his eye on him again.
Well, the message from the Beavers coaching staff, just stay close to the bag at this point, right?
Sure. Although they may, you know, first third situation in a no-score game like this, they may try to run at some point. First, third, 2 outs is always an interesting situation to be aggressive because so many things can go wrong for the defense. Even if you do get picked, you want to try to stay in a rundown. Would we get 2 discount pickle pizzas if it happens again?
I don't know. I don't think that's ever happened, has it? Zach Gray got it.
Oh, almost overran it.
And that will strand both runners. All points for naught here in the 4th inning. Both of these pitchers navigating through some tough waters.
At Priority Health, we're embarking on a new normal, embracing the changes needed to keep Michigan safe. While that may look a little different for everyone, Priority Health is here to help. With access to the care you need, the doctors you want, and the quality coverage you can afford. So you can get back to this, and this, safely, steadily, and with the smartest health coverage possible.
We're for people, the pioneers, the underdogs, the players, and the slow and steadies. We're for people, for who they are and who they could become. Yes, we're a bank, and some say our business is all about money, but that's an old idea. Because look past the money, and you'll see real human lives. We see it, because we're for people. Huntington, welcome.
Family of the game presented by Huntington Bank. It's the Baker family here today out of Lake Orion. Got a youngster there.
Bulls fans?
Looks like it, yeah. Family of the game presented by Huntington Bank. A.J. Coleman back out there for his 4th inning of work. Traffic in every inning thus far. 2 runners on base, at least in his last 2. He faced the bases loaded with only 1 out with De La Cruz and McKinley coming up. He got De La Cruz to strike out for the 2nd time this game, and then a 4-6 ground out by Trevor McKinley to end it. Jordan Pontius, Miles Miller, Jake Hoover, your Zach Hart agency 3 men due up here, the bottom of the order for the Hoppers tonight. No runs off 5 hits and no errors. No runs off 2 hits and no errors for the Beavers. And things will stay that way after the ground out from one second baseman to the next. Coleman would love a quick inning. As would have Zane Collins.
Yes.
But these guys have calmed the storm when base runners have been on. There is still no action in either bullpen right now. Haven't seen the changeup as much here tonight from Coleman.
No, you're right. Doesn't generally throw it a ton, only 14%, but.
Swing and a miss by Miles Miller, 1-1.
When he does use it, it seems to beat a left-hander, so we could see it in this at-bat, potentially.
One again, lifted foul. His counterpart, quick moving starter for the Beavers. And Garrett Chrisman went 7 again last night. Both Garrett and Ty Hensley pitching into the 7th.
Gotta believe it's a no-brainer for him to be starting on Friday, don't you?
You'd think so, yeah. I mean,
you got to come out.
Question, you got to come out with your number one.
Can't lose with your best guy on the bench.
7 innings, 6 hits, 5 runs, just 3 earned last night. 3 walks to 9 strikeouts, 109 pitches.
Ooh.
Strike 3 for out number 2. That's the 4th strikeout of the game for A.J. Coleman as well.
The shortstop, number 44, Jake Hoover.
Ty Hensley countering with 7 innings, 6 hits, 4 runs, 3 of them earned, 3 walks to 8 strikeouts. Hoover chops one fouled on the third baseline. Talked about it earlier, though, but Aaron Tackes with a big day. 3 for 4, 2 runs, an RBI single. John Hodo hit third. He's been hitting second for the better part of the stretch run for the Unicorns. Fastball outside at 89, 2-2 here on Hoover. Actually 1-2.
Did you enjoy calling the Catholic League games with the 3-2 count?
Well, it was nice in the. I mean, back in high school,
moved along quick.
Yeah, when you had homework to do.
Yeah.
It was.
They play a lot of doubleheaders, though.
They do. Yeah, I mean, every Catholic League game's a doubleheader, no matter whether it's on a weekday or a weekend.
Right.
Curveball in for strike 3. And there is the golden 1-2-3 inning here today. Both of these guys have flirted with it, and A.J. Coleman able to punch it home with back-to-back strikeouts here in the 4th.
Suds on Mound offers plenty of options to get your laundry done. Clean, convenient, and with clear, low pricing. No confusing cards to load or upcharges for hot water, like the other guys. We operate with quarters for one price washes with maximum water settings to get your clothes cleaner, faster. We offer 61 machines, including 3 80-pound washers, the largest in production. Suds on Mound offers self-service, wash, dry, and fold service, and we can even service entryway rugs and king-size downfilled comforters. Washes can be done as fast as 16 minutes. Our Speed Queen machines are the only brand still made in America, and we wouldn't have it any other way.
Hi, I'm Jason from Suds on Mound. Come on in, we'll get you clean. All right, Ruby, you're all set.
Mention this ad for 10% off your wash, dry, and fold service.
Crack open a Budweiser and experience the refreshing taste of summer. Make every moment of summer count by picking up Budweiser today.
With soft tees, plush toys, team-grade snapbacks, and cozy crew necks, we've got everything. Shop all the USPBL gear to rock your favorite team colors year-round. Go to uspbl.com/shop to see our full collection. Ask about local pickup too.
Well, there's a look at where the USPBL has reached so far this year. It's expansive.
Oh, yeah.
Still looking for New Hampshire, Rhode Island, Vermont, Maine, Iowa, North Dakota, and New Mexico.
We're gonna have to start to strategize about this. We're heading into the playoffs. That's not. We gotta find some fans in those states. We gotta finish this thing.
Multiple countries listed. Ryan Williams Jr. leading off the 5th inning here for the Beavers. First pitch curveball off the plate inside, 1-0. Hard hit, Gray. Got it. Collins covering, stretching, and goodness, let's hope he's not hurt.
It was awkward, but it got the job done. Looks like he's all right.
What a wild play.
Oh, yeah.
Starting with a couple bobbles, they both exchange a glove slap and a smile. Take a second look on our YouTube monitor here. Pretty hard hit. Good hand-eye coordination in the end, and boy, it's hard to not pull something going in like he did.
Yeah, a manager's heart skips a beat when he sees a pitcher do something like that. Oh, that was a nice deuce.
I liked his first one too. Just missed the strike zone, but come on lefty on lefty. It looks menacing.
Mm-hmm.
Some light tossing going on in the Hoppers bullpen.
Is that Atwood maybe? He's the shortest of the righties. That's the only reason I haven't guessed him.
Believe so. I haven't been able to spot a number. It looks like Atwood. Yep.
He was sharp his last time out.
Easier this time. He says, "Oh, I'm good."
Yeah, I'm good on that one. I'll take that one myself.
And another joking exchange.
Center fielder number 20, Joey Weimer.
Now Joey Weimer, the last chance here in the 5th. He walked back in the 1st and lined out to the shortstop in the 3rd. Cameron Comer would be next. Both these pitchers coax back-to-back 1, 2, 3 innings.
Could have operated this inning with just a pitcher and a first baseman.
1, 2, 3 inning.
Put them all right there.
It's like street ball.
Major shift there.
Right.
Still a 0-0 on the USPBL network.
The Weingarts family is honored to be celebrating 75 years of helping families like yours with your lawn equipment needs. While the equipment has changed, our grandfather's founding values and commitment to quality still drive our business.
We carry top brands like Exmark, Toro, Honda, Cub Cadet, and more. See the full lineup at Weingarts.com.
Whether it's new equipment, parts, or service, we work to earn your trust in each of our 6 locations.
From our family to yours, thank you for letting us serve you.
Weingarts, everything from lawn to snow.
With us, you can expect something more. More guidance,
Do you trust me, Mom?
more dedication, more commitment. So you can celebrate today and be prepared for tomorrow. Insurance through AAA. Expect something more.
We build roads, bridges, wind farms and pipelines, schools to skyscrapers. Our members create monuments. We operate. We're the operators and mechanics behind the advanced heavy machines that move Michigan forward. We maintain boilers and HVAC. Our members run the complex heating and cooling systems that we all depend on. Our training is second to none, and safety is our priority. We are Operating Engineers 324, and we keep Michigan running.
A.J. Coleman to face the top of the order. Greg Vaughn Jr., Riley Mahalik, and Xavier Warren. This is how he started the 3rd inning, and it started out pretty well for the Diamond Hoppers. Single by Vaughn Jr., single by Mahalik, then the pop out by Xavier Warren. Zach Gray, sharp single, loaded the bases. Then a strikeout to De La Cruz and a ground out to McKinley. The best opportunity we've seen to have this game untied thus far.
Well, who's going to get the big hit? That's the question. Somebody's got to get one at some point in this game. You don't think the Hoppers are playing for a tie, do you? Because that would put them in first place for the time being.
I wouldn't guess so.
It's not really something you can do in baseball so much as you can in some other sports, maybe.
First pitch curveball off the plate outside. Both Collins and Coleman have had pretty good curves tonight.
Mm-hmm.
How about this stat? At MLV Vault on Twitter. On this day in 2003, Randy Johnson hit the only home run of his Hall of Fame career.
Randy Johnson hit a home run?
Yep.
Really? He hit right-handed, didn't he?
He did. Maybe Coleman should go out there and
yeah,
get rid of the DH.
Right. I bet the majority of the pitchers in this league were decent hitters at some point. You know, high school at least. Probably college, too, with many of them. I know Quincy Jones hit in college. Dante Glover, I believe, hit in college as well. McKendall, we said third base.
2-2 on Greg Vaughn Jr.
That's a good pitch.
To get a good hitter and a hot hitter as well.
Greg Vaughn Jr. is going to go down looking occasionally. He takes a lot of pitches, and if he thinks something's out of the zone, he's not going to chase it. So that is going to happen once in a while.
In case you're wondering, that man did not get any ABs at Cincinnati.
Coleman did not?
He did not.
Okay.
Certainly some other pitchers have, though. Ball one on Riley Mahalik. He had his single back in the third inning. Michelle Perry-Clausen says, stay strong, AJ. The Clausens watching from Dublin, Ohio. 1-0 is inside on Mahalik, the designated hitter tonight.
Grosse Pointe South has a tradition of going down to Dublin.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, played Dublin Kaufman. Many Aprils.
Is that a public school?
I don't know the answer to that. Usually hit Dublin on the way, either on the way to or from Cincinnati. Usually part of the trip. Play Cincinnati Moeller quite a bit. That's a good one. Home of Ken Griffey Jr. and Barry Larkin.
3-0 in for strike one on Riley Mahalik. Xavier Warner, Zach Hart agency man on deck here in the fifth. Coleman trying to coax a second consecutive 1-2-3 inning. Might just stay in order here as Riles camps under it for out number two.
Maybe Xavier Warren will get the big knock.
Jay Price says Jared Price can hit. LOL, he hit the game-winning hit in the state championship game. Fun fact, that's pretty cool.
There you go.
Remember that one for the rest of his life, I'm sure.
Definitely.
Jared Price has kids or grandkids one day. He'll say it's the hardest ball he ever hit, probably.
Right. Well,
by that point.
Hopefully he has it on video.
0-1 to Xavier Warren. Dave Page says, I know a lot of people like the DH rule for more offense, but I like the strategy of having the pitcher's bat.
Honestly, I think I hate to throw another one of my sayings at you. I know I've said this one before, but the answer to 99 out of every 100 questions is money. And I just think pitchers make too much money now to expose them to hitting, and even more so than hitting, I think base running. you know, when you're not doing it very often. I mean, we saw not Romero Harris, it's escaping me, the outfielder that went down, Jamal Howard, I'm sorry. We saw Jamal Howard go down with that hammy the other day just because he sat on the bench for 5 innings. You can imagine pitchers getting up there once a week.
Second consecutive 1-2-3 inning for A.J. Coleman, just what the doctor ordered in a pitcher's duel here tonight.
Dunham Sports is a proud partner of the USPBL. Big names, low prices, delivering value since 1937.
Detroit Mercy itself definitely values who you are as a person to really give me guidance on what it was to be a college student. The ability to connect with many people from different backgrounds. Not only did I take what I learned in the academic world, but I was able to apply that in a professional setting. And the university definitely provided those resources. And I was able to graduate and be the first one of my family to graduate from college.
Detroit Mercy. Build a boundless future.
Throughout your life, from big moments to ones well-earned, we're your financial guardian angel. Alliance Catholic Credit Union.
Oh, good job for Zane Collins to get his team through 5 after the emergency basic start. I mean, you can call it. Came in with 2 outs in the first inning. Bridged the gap for Nick Leo, and the back end of this bullpen, Leo, Dugan, Darnell, doesn't look too bad. Offense has got to score runs, though, Dan.
Yeah, you know, he really took a bullet for the team there. He came in with no notice whatsoever and did his job, was able to pitch his club into far enough into the game where they can go to their back-end guys that they really trust, which, you know, they've got some good ones. Nick Leo and Dugan Darnell, as you mentioned. Also, Raymond Martin's been pretty good from the left side. So this is, you know, the bridge that they were looking for to these guys.
10 1/3 innings on the mound through 8 appearances now. He's notched 1 save, 5 walks to 14 strikeouts thus far. Throws a 2-seam and a 4-seam to go along with a slider and a changeup every once in a while, but not very often. Slider usage is above the 4-seam usage now by a good margin. 41.8% slider, 36% 4-seam, 21% 2-seam.
Yeah, he can certainly get away with just the fastballs and the slider. He's got good stuff.
Dugan Darnell began to stretch out that arm as well with the band, so likely see him in the 7th. Maybe. I mean, if the game's still tied, maybe you try to squeeze another one out of Leo.
Yeah, that's all part of being a manager. You get paid the big bucks to make those decisions. If you make the wrong decision, it can cost you the game.
.89-mile-an-hour fastball straightened by Cam Comer, 1-1. Comer with a single in the first inning, grounded out in the 3rd. 17 RBIs coming into action here tonight, 280 average. Really fluctuated between 280 and 310, 320 throughout the last month or so, I'd say.
Of all the catchers in the league, he's probably the guy that's been the most consistent with the bat. After that slow start especially. Scott Capers has been pretty good too since he got here. It's just it's tough to find good offensive catchers at all levels of professional baseball these days.
Position certainly wears on you. Wow, he got a piece of that somehow.
Just barely. Got the strings.
Dave Page says, how is it fair for a pitcher to get paid as much as a position player when he only pitches every 5 days and 99% of the time doesn't play the whole game. Same with the strict DH. All they do is bat.
Not necessarily fair, but you get paid whatever someone's willing to pay you, and then there's a small market for good pitchers. I mean, I personally agree. I would rather pay really big money for an everyday player, certainly if I was a general manager.
The issue is one team sets the standard, and then the next is forced to follow that. Otherwise, they're not going to have anybody of the same caliber. I mean, look at what's going on in the NFL with quarterback contracts. It's nuts how much
every time somebody gets a new one,
these guys are making.
Yeah, every time somebody gets a new contract, they're the highest paid player in the league.
And they're not even necessarily, quote-unquote, worth it in terms of how you compare them. Like guys making more than the best statistically.
It's not just Mahomes getting that kind of deal. It's a lot of guys. Well, I mean, you look at what the Tigers just spent on Jordan Zimmerman, for 5 years. It's $120 million for someone who was basically a replacement level pitcher during that time.
Back-to-back strikeouts here for Nick Leo. Look at the back end of bullpens. I mean, there's a big thing for a guy like Nick Leo at the major league level coming in and striking out the first two batters in a high leverage situation. Nothing game where you want to keep it the same, or these closers in high leverage situations all the time.
It's been a recent phenomenon that middle relief types or situational types started getting really big money. I remember Jamie Walker with the 2006 Tigers. He evolved into one of the first, situational lefties to get a multi-million-dollar contract. That was never a thing before that.
Swing and a miss.
Wow.
Nick Leo strikes out the side here in the 6th inning.
Could that have been any better?
I don't think so. Easy for double 5 here tonight.
We really were fortunate to get out when we did. Losing our family photos, our wedding pictures, can't replace it.
Can you imagine losing everything you've got? You realize that it's the little things in life that matter. Things that they thought were damaged and thrown away, all of a sudden they magically reappear. And you see the human spirit come back.
It's our pictures.
To be able to put you safely back in your home matters to us. People matter. People count. At Belfour, we're restoring more than property.
Be a part of the game. Be a part of the family. Be a part of the magic. Join the USPBL season ticket holder program and be a part of all of the best moments at Jimmy John's Field. Why? Because 2021 is gonna be fun. Purchase a 2021 season ticket holder plan or renew your existing plan today.
That video gets me pumped up. I don't know about you, Jeremy.
Absolutely. You love to think about what things could be next year after a crazy.
I was talking about how I was met Ron Williams Jr.'s family between games, and they were talking about. They actually asked me, what is this place like when it's full? And I said, well, it's pretty incredible. They were raving about the ballpark as it was, just with the small group of people here. And I was telling them this is like a baseball Disneyland here when it's full. You wouldn't believe it. It's just parties and picnics and birthdays and luxury seating and VIP tables on the field and all those different things. It really is like a baseball Disneyland created by our own Walt Disney here, Andy Appleby.
Upcoming games brought to you by Motor City Casino Hotel. Look at that.
Yep,
One
that's
left
it.
on the slate. Unicorns and Mammoths, and then the playoffs.
Yep. And you can call that Friday one Beavers versus Mammoths.
Yep.
We don't know who's home and away, but that is Beavers versus Mammoths.
Zach Gray, Adam De La Cruz, Trevor McKinley, your Zach Hart agency, 3-men due up here, and Gray is thinking one thing as he takes a swing and knocks it back to the screen. Six big flies on the year for Gray. 2 hard-hit balls between Game 1 and Game 2. Hard-hit single in Game 1 and another pretty good one in the third as well. .86-mile-an-hour fastball up high. 82nd pitch of the night for A.J. Coleman. There is still no action in the pen for the Beavers. It is fairly short-handed, having to use Imani Godfrey in Game 1 as that loops down the line. Fair ball all the way to the corner. Here comes Gray to second base. He's in there with a leadoff double in the 6th inning. Clear the waters, says Zach Gray. I'm coming.
That's a big one. They needed that, and now we'll see exactly how they approach getting him across here. De La Cruz is a pretty good athletic offensive player. He may think about laying one down here and getting him over to third base. Or he might just try to stay a little bit late in his load and try to hit one the other way, advance him that way.
Look at Paul Nochi bundled up on the third base line there.
He does. He does.
Don't blame him. There's a lot of hats and winter garb coming out.
Saw Jim, you weren't here, but Jim Messian last night, had like a long winter coat on, basically. I saw
soccer jackets.
Yeah, I saw a photo from after the game. Oh, here's the bunt. Oh, look out. I saw after the game it was actually a Mid-Michigan college baseball jacket, which I can only assume he got from Scott Pickens, who's an assistant coach over there.
Huh.
He may have came to the ballpark a little unprepared for the cold, needed to borrow a jacket.
Called strike 1 on Adam De La Cruz. He struck out twice in this game. 2-2 pitch in the second and a 3-2 pitch in the third. Trying to bunt again. Right back to Coleman. He's trying to go to third. The tag. He got him.
That's a good play. That's a really good play.
Troyer applies the tag to the chest of Zach Gray for the first down here in the 6th.
There's a couple things to note there. One, De La Cruz really has to try to get that ball more toward the third base line. You really want to try to force the third baseman to come in and get that ball, because if he does come in and get that ball, your man's going to get to third. There's nobody there to cover. You really don't want the pitcher fielding that. Secondly, Zach Gray probably needs a little bit more of a roll there from second base. A little bit bigger lead, needs to keep his feet moving, better secondary. But mostly it just wasn't a good enough bunt.
First pitch to Trevor McKinley is low. He's 0 for 2 today. Recorded the final out of the third inning. That was where the bases were loaded with less than 2 outs, and pop out for the second out in the second inning as well. Leadoff double erased at third base. Adam De La Cruz.
That's part of the problem with not bunting enough in today's game, is that when you do need it, you don't see as many good ones anymore, which makes sense. And there's not that many situations where statistically you really want to sacrifice bunt. It doesn't play out to be something that makes sense statistically a lot, but this late in the ball game, you have a potential winning run on second base. It does make sense, but you need to make a good bunt there.
I have noticed, driving early to the ballpark, that most of the teams have been going through more bunts in BP than normal, but still, and you haven't done it in a game all season long.
Not the same as live.
Wow, that was weird.
He was almost out there.
Bouncing off the back of De La Cruz, and Williams trying to record the second out of the inning all of a sudden. Trevor McKinley, not a great double play candidate with his wheels. 1-1
That's
up the middle.
Too slow, probably.
Geely over to first. Yep. Exactly.
Yeah, too slow of a ball to turn it on him.
Now Jordan Pontius, the last shot here in the 6th. He started a string of 2 straight singles with 2 outs back in the second before the line out from Hoover. So Coleman has dealt with some base runners. He came off back-to-back 1-2-3 innings in the 4th and 5th.
Oh.
Can't get it into center field. De La Cruz trying to go first to third. Weimer throws there. Yeah, no, he didn't. Oh my goodness.
The throw certainly beat him. He may have got his hand around the tag. We'll have to take a look at that. That was a very aggressive move around the bases there by McKinley. You never want to make the third out at third base, so that was a very gutsy move. Try to get another look at it here in our YouTube monitor. Yeah, I don't know.
Looked like he may have gotten that left hand, but
yeah, he tagged him on it looked like the helmet, so it's possible that his hand did get in there. The throw beat him though. So that that could be the break the Hoppers needed right there.
Well, even better as well for the Hoppers. Pontius ends up at second base.
Right, because of the throw.
Miles Miller coming up.
Well, Miller's got the chance to be the hero tonight.
First pitch on the ground, up the middle, got it! Trying to tag the second one around. Here he comes, not in time. Sliding home is Jordan Pontius. 2-0 Hoppers.
And of course, that's the big hit there for Miller. I think you also have to give some credit to Paul Nochi there. When you start to get toward the bottom of your lineup in a situation like this, there's always that question, do I pinch hit here? And they've got a few guys on the bench that maybe he could have gone to. He didn't. He stuck with Miles Miller, and he got rewarded for it.
Jake Hoover, 0 for 2 today.
Miller may try to swipe a bag here now, too.
Dugan Darnell has been warming. Will likely come on to try to save this game. Nick Leo, good bridge the gap outing. If so, he struck out the side coming in for Zane Collins.
Yeah, Nick Leo will deserve his W if it plays out that way. Although Zane Collins certainly could have deserved it as well.
1-0. Line drive to right field, sending Harris back over the shoulder catch for out number 3 here in the 6th inning. The damage has been done. McKinley and Pontius come around to score. 2-0 Hoppers, and all of a sudden the last chance for the Beavers after this.
Holy Hot Rods, it's race time. Chevy Detroit wheels, start your engines.
Oh, we got 2-car race? No, 3-car race. I'm going to go with Bella Air coming out last.
Bella Air looks pretty decent on the outside here. She tries to curve more towards the dugout, and now looking to take a lead here.
That's kind of a wide turn. Bella better watch out for Von Joshua here. Look out. Yep, look at this. 2 for 2 on trivia, and I got the car race. Is this should I go scratch some lottery tickets today too?
Yeah.
That's about the best Saturday I've had.
Dugan Darnell, Hoffman Dental pitching change here in the 7th inning, trying to get his biggest save of the year.
Yeah, this guy's a good one. Got a fastball that can get up to 94. Curveball that he doesn't necessarily throw a ton, but it's been devastating at times. He's really worked on that pitch this year, and it's gotten much better from what it was at one time. Pretty good looking splitter, too. Between those two pitches, he uses the curve a little bit more than the splitter. Curveball's about 20%, splitter about 12%, but largely a fastball guy, and he runs it up there pretty good.
Broke a pretty lengthy scoreless streak after giving up a single run in his last outing. That was against the Beavers. That was actually last Saturday. Cesar Cuevas, Romero Harris, and Ashanti Wheatley. The Zach Hart Agency 3-men due up here in the 7th. They play back on the infield against Caesar here. They shade him to Pole in the outfield. His first pitch splitter is a swing and a miss.
Yeah, he pulled his head on that one pretty good, too. He fooled him.
.92-mile-an-hour fastball dives inside, 1-1.
Dugan missed his spot there. He wanted to get that fastball away, which makes sense on Cuevas because he's a pull hitter and kind of pulls off in that left field direction.
Bottom three in the order here in game 2 has gotten on at a pretty nice clip. 5 base runners in total. There's a big first out.
Yep, that first one is vitally important.
Romero Harris has reached twice. Walked back in the second, was picked off in the end to end that inning and face the minimum for Zane Collins, and the single in the fourth. Runners on first and third with 2 outs.
There's a splitter again. Going first pitch splitter tonight. These guys have a tendency to try something new every time they're out there.
In for strike 1. 1-1 on Romero Harris.
Splitter again.
Got him a chase.
Yeah, that wasn't well located there. He got away with it. Really want to throw that down in the zone.
Darnell with 4 saves, 27 2/3 innings pitched for this Hoppers team. Fastball high at 92.
See when he decides to break out that curveball, if he does.
10% swings and misses on it. Another 16%
there it is.
Called strikes in for strike 3.
Yeah, when you haven't seen it yet, it's so hard to pull the trigger on that. You see it out of his hand, and it looks like it's just in your eyes.
These hitters have struck out 4 out of 5 times in the 6th and 7th inning, and Ashanti Wheatley is the last chance here. Was hit by a pitch in his first at-bat in the 3rd. Popped out in his 1 at-bat in the 4th. Stick around for our Autolab post-game show. I'll catch up with the Comcast Business Player of the Game from our United Shore Media Desk.
First pitch splitter again. That's so funny.
83 miles an hour in for strike 1.
You don't see it for a called strike that much either.
Just around 4%. 16% swings and misses on it.
Yeah, it's not really a pitch that is designed to be a called strike. It's something that's supposed to look like it's in the zone, and then it dives out. There's another one for a called. Oh, geez, where was that? Sorry, folks, I jumped the gun on that one. Certainly looked like it was going to be a strike.
2-1 and Ashanti Wheatley here. The top of the order is waiting on deck. They've only reached twice, the top 3.
Well, what does he go to in his bag of tricks now? 2-2 with 2 outs. I'm going to say curve.
Wouldn't be a bad choice.
Maybe bury it more than the previous one.
Waiting in the 2-2. Here it comes. Checked it. Did he?
Splitter.
No signal, and Wheatley's just going to go down.
Yep.
Wow. Kind of anticlimactic to end. But a 1-2-3 7th inning here for Dugan Darnell, and a big-time 5th save of the season. And just like that, the Hoppers will take a 2-0 victory here today in a game they had to win to at least have a chance at the first seed. It all rests on the Unicorns tomorrow. If they lose, the Hoppers are the first seed. If they tie, the Hoppers are the first seed. If they win, the Unicorns will win via the tiebreaker.
Right, exactly. Yeah, we knew when the Unicorns won last night that it was basically a situation of 2 wins and you're the champions no matter how you slice it. You know, that's kind of the way that they were looking at that, I think. And the Hoppers did what they needed to do. They're putting the pressure on them now. And, you know, we'll see what Utica does tomorrow from a pitching standpoint. Not necessarily sure what they're going to do there. And it's not a must-win game for them, but it's a big game for them. One that they certainly want to take tomorrow night. Tomorrow afternoon, I should say.
2-0 your final score. Back with our Comcast Business Player of the Game when we get back on the USPBL Network.
Eastside, we're the Diamond Hoppers. Ain't too many of the teams can defeat us. You on the sideline, warming up the benches. Need a lesson, I can show you, I can teach you. You see a Diamond Hopper fan, point them out. Ayy, fly ball, catch a frog, walk it out. Ayy, every time we score, I'm throwing up my diamond. Both hands in the air, same timing. Let's rock. Diamond Hoppers, Eastside Diamond Hoppers. Diamond Hoppers, we the Eastside Diamond Hoppers. Diamond Hoppers, Eastside Diamond Hoppers. Diamond Hoppers, we the Eastside Diamond Hoppers.
Be a part of the game. Be a part of the family. Be a part of the magic. Join the USPBL season ticket holder program and be a part of all of the best moments at Jimmy John's Field. Why? Because 2021 is gonna be fun. Purchase a 2021 season ticket holder plan or renew your existing plan today.
Detroit Mercy itself definitely values who you are as a person to really give me guidance on what it was to be a college student. The ability to connect with many people from different backgrounds. Not only did I take what I learned in the academic world, but I was able to apply that in a professional setting. And the university definitely provided those resources. And I was able to graduate and be the first one of my family to graduate from college.
Detroit Mercy. Build a boundless future.
Order Jimmy John's and we'll bring it to your car door. Leave it at your front door or have it ready for you at our drive-thru. Just use jimmyjohns.com or our app to tell us what sandwiches, drinks, chips, and cookies you're hungry for. When you want it and how you want it. We're ready.
There's nothing better than a ball game at Jimmy John's Field and a cold beer from Midland Brewing Company. Hi, I'm Kyle, the head brewer at Midland Brewing Company, here to wish you a stellar time making memories at Jimmy John's Field. And we hope that you're living it up with a Copper Harbor Ale in your cup. You can find more of our selections here at the ballpark and around town at your favorite bottle shops too. We hope you have a ball at the game, and remember, enjoy responsibly. Let's play ball.
Catch the Chevy Malibu at your Metro Detroit Chevy dealers. Lease a 2020 Malibu 1LT for just $288 a month for 24 months. Put it in D and see why Chevy drives the Motor City.
Hi, I am Allison with the Sports Performance Tip of the Game, brought to you by DMC Physical Therapy and Sports Medicine. As an athletic trainer, I often get asked when to heat and when to ice after an injury. We like to use the acronym RICE, which stands for rest, ice, compression, and elevation. So when an injury occurs within the first 72 hours or about 3 days, it's important not to use the joint and allow it to rest. Then you can introduce ice, which will help to relieve pain and control swelling. Compression, like a bandage wrapped around that injury, can also help minimize the swelling and pain. If it's an ankle or knee, gravity pulls that away, making it more difficult for the healing to take place. So it's important to elevate the injured area. There are fancy ice packs out there, but one thing we have is something in the freezer. If you're past the 3-day mark or 72 hours, you can start to introduce some heat to the area, or just simply move the joint to allow some natural blood flow. But after that, and you're returning to sport, I would also use ice if any swelling returns.
Start to finish, Crest Lincoln offers an interactive shopping experience ready when you are at crestlincoln.com. Explore our inventory and we'll provide you with a wide range of options so you can lease or purchase your next Lincoln remotely. Our online process allows you to complete the entire purchase from virtually anywhere. Plus, our team of experts are standing by ready to help. When it's time for service, we'll provide you with a Lincoln loaner clean and sanitized. At crestlincoln.com, we're ready for you on your terms. Visit us online today.
This is a university unlike any other university. You will find out a lot about yourself and your career that you're going into. It's prepping me for the real world experiences that I will encounter once I do graduate.
With its many leadership programs and classes that integrate service learning into its curriculum, acts as not only a resume builder, but a character builder. And I couldn't put a price tag on it, and it will be invaluable to my career.
Detroit Mercy. Build a boundless future.
The postgame show presented by Comcast Business here today. Look at what this Diamond Hoppers team was able to do overall. 2-0 win in a game where the bats just couldn't get going. Maybe some of that had to do with this frigid temperatures we're now facing all of a sudden. You're down the stretch in this season, but Miles Miller is our Comcast Business Player of the Game overall here today as well. Your approach was to do maybe just that, right?
Yeah, I was just trying to stay up the middle, try and get something, you know, that the guys could score on.
Anything extra that you do to stay loose on a day like this and a night like this?
No, like I'm from Canada, so I'm used to the cold, you know, so it's all right. I feel good.
Well, not only is this a big-time hit for you, but it's a big-time win for the season as well for your team. I mean, this is a game you needed to win to have a chance to be in first place by the time things were all said and done. And now it kind of falls on the fate of what the Unicorns do tomorrow. If you guys tie with them, with the Unicorns win, that will mean they'll win. But ultimately, you know, it's going to be quite the battle in the playoffs, I think, between those two teams if it ends up that way.
Yeah, definitely.
Because what do you guys need to do, I guess, to pull out a championship, your ultimate goal?
Honestly, we just got to keep working hard every day at practice, stick to our approach, just continue to be a family like our team. We're very, very tight, and we go all out for each other all the time, and just we really stress the family thing. So as long as we can stay together and just continue to have fun, play for each other, I think we'll be good.
Well, Zane Collins with a gutsy performance here tonight, coming in the first inning for Noah Goetze's. Obviously a guy who started, so he's able to stretch out, but never an easy situation coming in like he did.
Right, yeah, unfortunately Noah got hurt, but you know, Zane came in and he did his thing. He short notice, but you know, he came in, he really did his job. We're really proud of him. We picked him up, you know, when he came out. We're super proud of him.
And then you look at the back end of the bullpen. I'm sure you wouldn't want to face these guys at the back end that you guys have.
Yeah.
With Nicoleo striking out the side, and then Dugandar now being so good as he has really all season long.
Right, yeah.
What makes those guys good, you think?
Right. You know, I think their preparation, like, Dugan's in there stretching in the 4th inning in the clubhouse, and he's just always ready to do his thing, you know, and same with Leo, like, where he's at in his career, he's, you know, he's built for these moments, you know, so it's really good to have those guys in our bullpen, and I'm glad they're on our side.
Absolutely. It certainly helps, and it helps to have those pieces going forward in the playoffs as well. Well, they hope for the first seed. The worst they can do at this point is the 2 seed. The Beavers locked in to play the Mammoths. It's just a matter of what the Mammoths do tomorrow. Theoretically, if the Mammoths are able to win, they would tie the Beavers, and then it would come down to runs scored. There's a lot of implications heading into tomorrow's game. We thank Miles Miller, our Comcast Business player of the game here in Game 2 of the doubleheader as well. And we will see you tomorrow for the final regular season game, starting at 1:05 with the pregame at 12:50. So long from the United Shore Media Desk and our Auto Lab post-game show. Have a great night, everybody. See you tomorrow.